your seats. Okay, so we are pleased to welcome you at the second Export Credit Forum. Unfortunately, just like the first one, it's held in the conditions of the full-scale invasion, and many Ukrainians gave their lives for us today to have this chance to continue developing our state and resist the enemy. Therefore, before we actually start the event, I'd like us to start it with the moment of silence. Please stand up.
Дякую.
Thank you. So we have a good tradition in Ukraine already, and before we actually start getting the welcoming speeches and videos and initiate discussions, so let us start with the national anthem, please.
Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Дякую.
Thank you. So, before we actually start the official part, let us have the introductory video first. Let's have a little bit less slide. Brand Ukraine is getting stronger. Ukraine is exporting agricultural, mineral, food products, machinery, equipment, dozens of billions of dollars every year. So sending millions of tons of grain to the countries whose food security directly depends on Ukrainian supplies, and all that in conditions of the full-scale invasion of Russia, despite the shelling, occupation, GDP decline. So there is no air connection, the ports are blocked, and the grain corridor in the Black Sea, the last way for Ukrainian export to reach other countries, but Russians can do nothing because we take efforts, we and our partners, we respond to challenges. We have innovative solutions. We are transforming the export geography. This is a new stage for Ukrainian export to develop, yes. Ukrainian businesses go to world markets. In 2023, hundreds of Ukrainian companies scaled up and are exporting their goods and services. Nova Poshta, Dnipro M, Rosetka, Smartass. So a couple of Ukrainian producers concluded agreements with the biggest Bedronka supermarket network. Thanks to Raiffeisenbank crediting 210 million hryvnias with ECA insurance, for example, frozen food producer Trivedmedi entered the foreign market, so 600 million hryvnias of income we can get. The flow of taxes to state budget. Ukrainian businesses are opening new production. Zaporizhzhia plant of non-ferrous metals. With the support of ECA, they relocated and they launched now another plant closer to the western border in Ivano-Frankivsk region, and Ukrainian leader on copper wire export. They are diversifying risks, expanding the production, decreasing logistic expenses. More than 300 new jobs in 10 months. Ukrainian export reached more than $27 billion. We managed to increase the agriculture and food products export abroad, more than $100 million. With the start of the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian government is supporting exporters as those who push the economic growth of Ukraine. In 10 months of 2023, export credit agencies supported more than 50 exporters, almost 5 billion hryvnias, and insured approximately 800 million hryvnias, provided by banks to ensure that export agreements are managed. Other initiatives like Dia Business help entrepreneurs to get consultations, they find partners, they test the products. Special opportunities for veterans who are entrepreneurs are there. Military technologies are developed. Brave One cluster is functioning. More than 600 defense tech solutions with high potential to be in demand by other countries. The export structure in Ukraine is being transformed. To support the process, we have to grow cooperation, we have to talk about success stories in development growth and growth spots, so we have to invest in export-oriented sectors. We have together search on how to expand export capacity even with Russian aggression to ensure security in Black Sea, because notifications on vessels coming, it actually affects us more than stock exchange indicators. So we have to get these common goals with our partners. This is the foundation for Ukrainian businesses to step into new markets, to move forward. Exporting and functioning businesses strengthen Ukraine. We pay with the lives of our daughters and sons. We defend the democratic world and its achievements. As we can see, despite the armed aggression, despite everything, as it usually happens in Ukraine, so we can say that thanks to the support of the government, we have the growth of Ukrainian export, how it's happening, like what is done, what is being planned, what we expect. We'll talk about that today. So before the start of discussion, I want the head of ECE board to present his welcoming word. Ruslan Gashev, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased to greet you.
Експорт-кредит форум.
This is the second export forum. The first one we had last year. We initiated it. We tried to create a platform to discuss the problems of exporters. Fortunately, we can say that last forum was successful. We had a lot of ideas taken and solutions implemented in 2023. So we heard of the needs of exporters, their demands and entrepreneurs' demands, on the challenges that they were facing, something they had to solve. So luckily this year we had certain changes and amendments in legislation. We finally today can present to you something that will come in effect soon. First of all, I mean 1915 draft law that was adopted by Verkhovna Rada, and now we have a very hard and ambitious task in front of us to design a product very fast, to introduce it to the community, and to launch it, actually. So this will allow to engage in Ukraine's economy, the new money to be there, the new money flow to restore the infrastructure and economy, and to strengthen our export potential, a task number one for us. Apart from it, we also want to improve our products. Soon we will conclude new agreements with banks on simplifying our portfolio and optimizing portfolio program. All this, the constant modernization of products allowed us to increase export in 2023. Last year, we ended the year with 3.2 billion hryvnias of supported export. As of now, as of this day, 5 billion hryvnias of support export in 2023, and it's still December there to live. So I do hope that 5.5 or even 6 billion hryvnias by the end of the year will reach it. So what are the expectations? What do we expect here, from this event? What do you want to bring to 2024 with us? Yeah, I think we'll talk about the opportunities to enforce 1915, engage new money, not only Ukrainian money in the economy, but the foreign money. Task number one, because we all realize that the combination of engaging investments and export, this is the strategy win-win for everyone, first of all, for the state. So I'm happy to greet you all at this event today. And I do wish us all to have very productive discussions. Ask as many questions as you can. So the last forum allowed us to get really important clients you've seen in the video. And I do hope that in 2024, some of you, some entrepreneurs and producers, definitely will get some new capacity to develop their potential, and we'll tell about that. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to have the representative of our permanent partner, Ms. Theodora Dell, Deputy Director of USAID Mission in Ukraine. You're warm welcome.
Дуже вам дякую. Доброго ранку, пані віце-прем'єр.
So good morning, Ms. Vice Prime Minister, Ruslan, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased that I have this opportunity to engage the Export Credit Forum 2023 to discuss the ways for us to support Ukrainian business in order to increase export even during the wartime. USAID is really proud. It's extremely proud that we do manage to provide the support to Ukrainians when we have this absolutely unfair, unprovoked, full-scale invasion of Russia, the aggressor country. And one of the areas, when we speak of the activities, is supporting Ukraine's small businesses. Thanks to this support, we managed to help them to export their services and goods all around the world. It's an essential, an important element for Ukrainian economy to recover. Despite the war, many small enterprises in Ukraine, they successfully extend their export capacity. Day by day, in European Union, in the US, all around the world, we have more and more goods produced in Ukraine, labeled as made in Ukraine. We have more and more of these sold. So many of those enterprises had to relocate to safer regions because of the war, and they had to find additional resources to restore their production level and to set new trajectories to export their products. USAID is aspiring to expand opportunities for Ukrainian entrepreneurs and continue playing this critically important role to strengthen Ukrainian economy. One of our key partners is the ECA, the Export Credit Agency, as we call it, the ECA. And thanks to this partnership, Ukrainian banks actually can offer the exporters the portfolio insurance for pre-export funding. So this financial tool it's of immense importance, especially now. Thanks to these insuring products, exporters will be able to safeguard more than $300 million of export. More than $30 million of funding will be engaged. Today, USAID provided almost $14 million to support the crediting under the portfolio insurance of ECA programs. So, based on estimates, we managed to insure the export supplies for $96 million in total cost. This is about ensuring we can really feel how this insuring affects Ukrainian enterprises, such as the window producer Vikonenko, for example. This company received this restoring credit line. They managed to now export to the US, their products, to increase the share of export up to 35% from the sales and to keep 10 jobs. Another success story that we have, the producer of metal products in the Dnipropetrovsk region, This company got an export credit, which actually allowed to meet the contract with $1 million cost and save 55 jobs. 55 workplaces were saved. So the U.S. are committed to support each of those enterprises who help Ukrainian economy to develop. Like Ruslan told us, this is the strategy of win-win, as we call it. I just want to express my immense gratitude to you for working actively for Ukrainians' future. That's what you're doing every day. So I do hope that we will move together to this goal. And glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. So I'd like colleagues to prepare. So we had some changes, and now we will have the conversation with the Minister of Economy, Ms. Yulia Sviridenko, according to our amended agenda. So after we put everything on the stage, I want you to join me and we'll talk, okay? And I would like to have greetings, Yulia. Good morning. So you are participating in so many discussions. Now I want to talk to you about export and restoring the export capacity. You will start and then a couple of questions. I know you have limited time, so we will not give you extra burdens, okay? So greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. It's the second event that we have held together with ECA, with our partners, USAID. Usually all the meetings that we have with entrepreneurs, I can see the banking sector, and they've split, I think. So I start this meeting, and every public official, every Ukrainian has to be grateful to Ukrainian business, staying in the country and functioning still. I'm not tired of repeating that. All the taxes and all money that we gather from Ukrainian business, we send it to our army and defense sector. Unfortunately, the war will not finish tomorrow. It will continue. It's obvious that we need to expand the set of tools to support Ukrainian economy, supporting Ukrainian industry, enterprises which are producing the value-added products. I'm stressing on that. Crediting the real economy. I see so many banks. I just call upon banks. Please start crediting the real economy sector, okay? So yeah. And a round of applause, of course. Yeah, you should do that. At least start. So in 2024, we'll do the following. We'll expand the support programs aimed at supporting enterprises with value-added processing enterprises. 579 is still there. 18 billion hryvnias in the budget for 2024 for it. Expanding the limit for processing enterprises to 150 million. I think we need to stress on investment projects, of course, because we have to focus on it. We have to find new opportunities. If we do have gradual decline in our partner support, we need to be self-sufficient, let's say. During the war, we have no right to raise taxes. No, it's not for banks. It's not for banking taxation, okay, which are not crediting the real economy sector, yeah. So apart from 579, because 95% of credits are provided in 579. So if people from banks will contest that, I'm ready to continue, but anyway. We will support, we want to support Ukrainian producers. So grant program for the processing, it's still there, and we have money for it allocated in the budget. Don't worry, please, if you didn't have a chance to use it in 2023, more than 600 winners we have. When small enterprises, small businesses can get up to 8 million hryvnias of grant money, not credits, but grant money from the state to start or expand production. We can't have a successful country if it's resource oriented, right? So it's not even theory, it's a requirement of the reality. If you want to develop and grow and show rapid growth after 30% of decline, if we have 5% of growth every year, so we all compare it to 2021 and we'll manage to get it, actually. This is like the baseline year that we use, okay? Grants, credits, focusing on processing, because 8% in the GDP structure compared to developed countries where they have at least 20 or higher, it's not satisfactory. An ambitious goal, obvious, but the whole country has to work. I also think that localization of production, defense production, is a huge potential for economy.
Я знаю, що є
I know we have limitations in many IFIs for crediting the defense sector and banking sector, but I think that state requests and orders combined with localization can actually help us to get additional 5, 6, 7% of GDP. As Ukrainian defense sector will work here in Ukraine and produce it here in Ukraine, will work for the army and security sector. So we will support, of course, with our partners, USAID partners, SMEs. They are very flexible. They demonstrated huge flexibility during the war. We will continue supporting them with grants. 250,000 hryvnias if you establish 1 or 2 jobs. More than 10,000 grants were given. A huge demand, huge. Sometimes we have limited budget and we can't even fully meet the demand. So it may sound paradoxically, but Ministry of Economy, we even okay, dear banks, please work with the developers for them to be accredited. I know that there is problem with registering the new rights. I know. We really try to intensify the process. So it's not just about providing the housing to make sure that Ukrainian returns, but also this will give a multiplying effect for construction and other sectors like material production as well. So if briefly we take the areas where we put the efforts, industrial parks, we finally will get in the budget of 2024. Investment nannies, it's already like everybody heard of them, nobody saw them. But in the budget, we have the money. If you plan to invest more than 12 million, okay, you can use the privilege according to the law. For heavily invested projects, they are supported. We have money in 2024 budget for it. Of course, the highest expenses, these are for defense and security sector, then social sector. We managed to accumulate money to support Ukrainian business. Speaking of ECA, okay, this is a big separate story apart from the traditional service on ensuring export. We now have ensuring of war risks. This is something that we will work with, and we need to learn how to do this. 9015, I hope that President will sign it very soon, and this will give us a chance. We finally expanded the ECA functionality to ensure war risks for Ukrainian enterprises. We also have MIGA and DFC. They now announced the investment projects for Ukrainian entrepreneurs. And I really want to say that they work even slower than our financial sector. Okay, it's for you today. So MIGA funded and ensured the only project in 2020, 2 projects in 2023, industrial park, one of them. But yesterday we had some good news from our colleagues from Great Britain. They gave £20 million and to MIGA Trust Fund for us to get more opportunities to expand funding, and 22 million from Norway. So we have MIGA DFC, we have ECA, and I do hope that I'm looking at ECA leader who has clearly to say when vessel insurance will work, because we did everything, National Bank did everything, 18 decrees are amended. We expected from our British partners to complete the agreement, and just a couple of days maybe when we'll finally announce to exporters, to agricultural exporters primarily, that they can decrease the insurance cost from 4%. I do hope that 1.5% we'll expect to get. So this is the ECA's achievement. They were very active in this complex task, in this process. They managed to structure this agreement. This is quite fast. Thank you for being that fast. Whoa. So I remember last time that we had a conversation. Thanks to these fast changes managed by MOE, we worked at full extent, and the mission became a bridge between banking and real economy, which is stressed on. And again, with a new product, ensuring the war and political risks, I think there will be a demand. Capitalization of ECA will be there. 800 million of responsibility have the capital. Okay, do we need to expect that option will be there that we have to cover now? And can ECA rely on this capitalization? What would be the policy to extend the capacity? I think capitalizing ECA from the budget will be hard because we have the war challenges and expenses. They go to defense and security mostly, all there. We have such tool to work with partners called multi-donor platform on recovery, where we have G7 countries and other states are engaged. So among the priorities for the next year, we set one of them, capitalization of ECA, because despite the fact that I don't think that war risk insurance via the ECA tool will decrease all the risks that we have in the country when we have the war, but definitely will give extra comfort for investors. So I do believe that demand will be quite huge. Therefore, now we work with partners for them. Well, apart from the mechanisms when they fund the trust fund of MIGA, as I call, 2 or 3 projects. I think that if ECA shows this stable dynamics of ensuring the risks, I mean the war-related threats, we will have a chance with donors to finalize the mechanism. I will ask our American colleagues also to consider this. This is a functioning mechanism. You actually know what that is. We have to expand it. And I think that it's obvious here. It will promote the development, as you say, of the future economy, something we really aspire. We don't want to be dependent on the partners' funding, but we need to be self-sufficient and self-supporting, let's say. ECA mechanism is a functioning, working mechanism. Within the last 2 years, actually, it doubled the portfolio of clients. So I think this will be possible thanks to donors, if briefly. Thank you.
All that. The timer shows that 2 minutes till your time slot. You know, all my meetings usually starts with the question, what's with the Polish border? I'm being said that EU has criticized them, but what is it? What is it with that border? There are things we can say. There are things that are between the governments that we don't talk much about, but I would say following. I'm hoping that because of the work that's been done from 2 sides, we will be able to agree with the situation or smoothen this. If you have counterparts in Poland, you can also pursue people's democracy, work with your counterparts on this. We're actively engaging the Employers Federation, the Association of Light Industry, other associations, so that they can lobby Ukrainian export interests building a dialogue with Polish colleagues. I'm hoping that in the following weeks we will resolve the situation, being cautious, but I would like to ask for your assistance in this effort as well. I can feel that on the December 13, 14, when the new prime minister it will be easier. You said it, and not me. I have this feeling. Okay, thank you, Julia. Thank you so much. I'm going to continue. Um, so, we were a bit concerned that the solution with Great Britain on insuring vessels not through, but it is. Okay, so we will invite now to the podium the moderator of the next panel discussion, Dmytro Hinsko, acting head of the National Association of Ukrainian Banks. So the mic is yours. You can invite your participants, so do manage the situation as you see fit. Thank you, Ruslan. So I'm going to start with a small introduction. It's clear that export funding in Ukraine traditionally plays a super important role. Ukrainian economy has always been actively engaged with international trade, and this balance has always been negative for Ukraine. So the well-known structural problem that we had added war and risks and logistics, but still exporters, even in these conditions, they continue to work and generate foreign currency revenues and budgetary revenues. And then with this discussion, we'll talk with the leaders of the leading banks regarding the tools of funding that are available to exporters and how much funding at all is available to them. What has to be done to improve export to funding for exporters and incentivize exports? I'd like to invite the participants in this discussion: Alexander Pisaruk, Raiffeisen Bank, Sergei Naumov, Oshad Bank, Rodion Morozov, Ukrgazbank, Sergei Yermakov, Ukreximbank, and Yuri Kravel, NTV Bank. I did not put the positions, so this is the highest level discussion. Only the leadership of the banks are there. So I'll start with a question to Mr. Alexander Pisaruk. Tell me, Alexander, what are the funding tools for exports that are popular among your bank's customers, and how would you assess the part of exports that is paid for through your bank and which is funded using your bank's funding tools? Thank you. Well, we believe that 85% of exports require funding and are funded by banks. It includes all types of funding: loans, trade funding, trade financing, and this part was changing but it's reached a ratio of about 30% from loan volume for the running capital. So 30% is documentary transactions and non-balanced loans. It's this part of the structure as the customers of our bank have. Also, in the recent time during war, we have decreased export operations. We see that in the payment balance in Ukraine. Export has decreased through many reasons, and our customers see that. So before the war, export operations constituted 15% from the total transborder operations. Now it's 5 to 6%. So almost 3 times less. It's obvious now. And what we also see changes in demand for different tools of trade funding. We see that during the war, or before the war rather, the guarantees were very popular. The guarantee for reimbursement of advance payment, it was very popular. It constituted about 90% from all the documentary operations for our bank customers. But currently, export accreditives are popular to up to 30%. It's even more, so bill of credit is more popular than guarantee. We also see some types of tools for funding exports, which unfortunately are not in much demand, but we see great potential. First of all, it's exporting factoring in case when there's sufficient regular export shipments to a significant number of foreign counterparts, then export factoring is useful because it allows the exporters to get the funds quicker. Banks have just purchasing the debts from many loan holders, but that's not used widely. The discounting on export letter of credit, which is equivalent of factoring, is used, but it is limited because it's limited by one counterpart, and letters of credit are good for specific shipments. They're good, but export factoring can provide more. Thank you, Alexander, and I would like to suggest such format. I'm going to ask a question to a specific speaker. The rest of the participants can intervene and offer their take on this issue. So I invite the colleagues to share what tools are popular in their banks. Is it a similar picture? Hello and good morning. So let's take an applied example. If we have an exporter company, they want to export the product. We understand that we have big war-related risks. And if they want to export, what does the buyer say? They say, first you give us the goods, and then we make some kind of advance payment. So they don't accept advance payment guarantees or papers because the risks are big and they don't want to bear those risks. On the other hand, if there's an exporter needs to import something, just as well with the imports. So they require an advance payment on it. So we have a huge gap in the running capital. So exporters need funding. They need to fund these gaps in those funds. And the floating funds are necessary, and all the banks have joined these programs that we offer. So 579 is a good loan program for state support. Yeah, We cannot fund it more, because if we fund it independently, it's going to run up to not 20% of interest. It's good that inflation rate is dropping. We see that interest rates on loans are going to go down, but this 579 program is a huge support, and the guarantees that the government provides through these funds. But then, if we say that there's investments into some projects in like developing some new export-oriented production line, you know what's the big challenge in this? Not everybody has it, but some. A lot of export credit agencies in the West, they say we have created funds we can fund. We can cover war-related risk, but there are no good projects. Or there is an idea, we don't know how to turn it into a project. There's not enough knowledge to come up with a business plan and feasibility studies, etc. And that's also a problem. So we, of course, encourage businesses to share their ideas, to submit their projects, because everybody wants to see what's gonna, what kind of profits, what kind of revenues they can expect. But a lot of countries and export credit agencies are willing to help Ukraine. And we had meetings in London and in Warsaw. They all signify that, but there's not enough good projects. And of course, we need to be the country with export credit agencies. If we talk about our export credit agency, I think we need to drive volumes up, because, as we said, more than 800 million is covering the risk that the export credit agency provided. So 5 billion of export contracts. So our part of Bank is some 25%. We provided funding for the guarantees, 215 million. 25 million is part of Bank. They need less. They need more commercial banks to join in. So what do we need? We need to drive capital up, and it's an obvious fact that we need more capital. Of course, the government cannot provide the necessary amount, but you have to work with the international institutions. They can also provide this capital, and as a consequence, they will be able to provide loans. If they provide loan to some investment-related projects, so of course you're export-oriented. You want to cover war-related risks for further export-oriented production, but we understand that you can't just create some kind of production line that starts exporting the next day. No, and so I think your risk hedging should also capitalize on the producers that will work on the internal market, and then start working with export. But it's investment to the country, and it's taxes. Sorry, maybe I answered all questions that you wanted to ask me, but yeah, thank you, Sergey. Well, what I can add, that there are no projects. Of course, that is because the entrepreneurs are more concerned with surviving, not investing into growth. So I think banks, together with international donors that we hope for, together with the program 579, they have to take some proactive position to instill some confidence in entrepreneurs that their investment projects are a good thing. They will compensate for cheaper funding. as well as risk-sharing mechanism. And we understand that 579 also has some limitations. So our bank is working to work with such models, risk sharing and compensation of interest rates, with providing easier access to funding with international partners. So we need to engage them, especially we've seen that the program is working. As for the exports, the 5 billion that Sergei was talking about, it's only 0.1% from $27 billion of exports. We understand that this loan program is mostly aimed at small businesses. And again, it's a question to our colleagues because there is demand. This is an airline. Yeah, it was a great idea to build this conference room in the shelter. So most important that I want to say, there should be some proactive position of banks. Banks are not financial institutions, they're also socially important institutions. They have to provide the tools to entrepreneurs, and they should provide assurance and confidence in long-term support. So let's move further. And as Alexander mentioned, export factoring as an underappreciated tool on the Ukrainian market. So Sergey, start second round from you. So would you agree that it's the most promising and underappreciated tool? Or do you have some other ideas that are worth attention? Exporters need all credit-related products. Of course, documentary operations, they need to get more popular. But it's also a problem of the companies who don't know about them. We know that many banks' products designed with factoring. So we pay a lot of attention to designing such products. We will be implementing factoring. And I think it has a lot of future, factoring. Just like in Europe, we can see that factoring volumes are big. But we also understand that to do this, we need to amend our laws to use factoring. There are some limits on payment, delayed payments, etc. So it's one of the products that is underdeveloped in our country as it could be. All the rest is it's there. What's also very important that there is a risk appetite for funding. Maybe not all banks, but most banks do have risk appetite. So we encourage you, if you want to grow your business, develop it, please come in contact with us. We have a lot of programs, and we work with international institutions. We want to be a hub for you, for all international foundations that want to restore. They want to resume their loan credit lines. It's also risk sharing. We work with a lot of banks. It can be EBRD, it can be DFC, it can be a European Investment Bank that provide up to 70% of coverage, which will significantly decrease your company's burden, because they provide not 100% collateral, but 30% collateral. But it's not only that in the companies, though, that 70% partners, companies with small and medium businesses, they say that the problem is not only to stimulate exports. But it's that everybody is afraid that when the war will be over, all the corruption scam will return. There's not much trust in government. There's not much trust in law enforcement. That has to be changed because in order to increase investment climate and the economy, you need to be real. I support what Sergei said. It's somehow believed that banks are reluctant to provide loans. As Prime Minister said, they do provide loans. That's wrong. We do want to provide loans, including investment projects. The problem, as Rajiv said, is that there are no good projects. The demand is for investment-friendly funding, and it's gone down this year, and loans, and so insolvent or toxic bad loans, banks don't want to do that. So we would very much like to provide loans. And regarding the work of in IFIs, Raiffeisen may be the most classic case, even compared to State Bank, because we have FC with investment bank. This program has been working with for many years with EBRD. For many years, we're the first big bank after the Bank Lviv, which is not here, who signed 40 million of cooperation agreement with the Development Funds Finance Corporation. We're going to be working on that. IFC is preparing. They also want to do something. So these programs of risk distribution allow to increase even more funding. So they bear part of the risks. And all these programs, they have business covenants. Banks that sign these covenants are mandated to increase loans, and mostly it's providing loans to SMEs. So because the banks prioritize small and medium enterprises and investment projects. So what I would agree with is that banks are willing and ready. We have a problem. We need to increase our credit portfolio. People don't like to buy deposit certificates and only bonds. Yeah, we do buy a lot of bonds. We increased the purchase of bonds because we need to fund the government during the war, but loans are better. I'll just explaining why it's better for the banks to provide loans. Because Ukraine, with this low credit rating for Basel II, standardized banking standards, the risk of our deposit certificates of the National Bank and state obligations, even the remainers of National Bank, its ratio is 150%. Loans, 80%, up to 100. Loans, in terms of capital of the bank, especially foreign banks, loans are better for us than loan certificates. If somebody says we built a corruption scheme, no, that's nonsense. Deposit certificate is a tool for monetary policy. It's a legitimate tool, but foreign banks like Raiffeisen, they would rather provide loans. It's easier because they use up less capital. Right. To make our discussion interactive, there is a QR code on the neighbor badge. So there are several questions already. I will read them. Maybe Sergei Yermakov and Yuri Kralov will join the discussion. So yeah, it's discussion was not always they are insolvent, but the cost of servicing the credit is often the problem, and there is no proper management to take this loan. So since we have 9015, President has to sign it. Yulia has just announced it quickly, and we hope it will enter into force. That's the discussion. Currently, there's a ratio to provide 518. It can increase the amount for guarantee. In the trade operations, the insurance had removed this problem, and Alexander is asking whether the banks have analyzed the law and they analyze that these similar insurances from political and military risks are sufficient for the banks to provide not only annual funding but investment loans for floating capital. So it's sufficient, but if it's not sufficient, what else should be done? It's a question to all the banks. We would like to hear from everyone. So the question is, will you, without hard close, I'm going to leave you for 20 minutes to a meeting, the same meeting that Yulia Sviridenko is going to be at. I'll just say what I meant to say, and then I want no illusions regarding the insuring against war risks. The country which is in a state of active bloody warfare, there will never be such sufficient such insurance, and it's going to be always expensive. That's the way it's going to be. And Madam Sviridenko said that the government has no money to capitalize. Like, so there's no capital, and then that means no insurance against war risks. Any insurance is the risk that the capital requires. And there's more hope for the mechanisms that international financial institutions are building. EBRD is also doing that. They are doing the pilot project. Also, banks are doing that. We're trying to work with a foreign broker like ION. We do it not only for the goods being transported, but for real equipment, standing, because it's going to arrive, it's going to be a claim, and it's expensive. There are already situations in Ukraine where there are such claims, and foreign providers, insurance companies are going to be paying up, and it's expensive. So my message is, while there's still war, while there's no statistics of claims that allow to create pricing for Western insurance companies, there will be not enough of these insurances, and they're getting expensive. As for claims are being more, populating statistics, and after the war may be possible future war risks, then there's going to be more such insurance. That's going to be realistic. Well, local insurance, if capital can support it, but there's not enough capital for everyone. Like in trade operations, 0.6 with the 1.2 to 20 million, which is not expensive for trade operations. For bigger volumes, there will be some on this project. Will the Raiffeisen Bank provide investment loans not for 1.8 on the ratio, but the insurance rate that's voted by Parliament?
We will always be there in any case. So the additional insurance, so we will decide when there will be capital. So the price formation and the insurance level will depend on the region. Okay, so depending on the sector of economy, because it's highly likely that infrastructure will be shelled, not some household stuff. So it depends on the probability, the level of probability for the case to be insured. Model should be there, but there are no statistics, but we will analyze and process the statistics. We'll have some pilot projects that we had at the first one with ECE on Three Medvedi funding. We helped ECA to supply the product. My colleagues are there behind Ruslan, so we will help ECA to generate these products, but capital is the first and foremost. This year, we won't have it. Well, we still have a little bit of clarifying question. We have two risks, political and war risk. Is this enough? Do we need to add in trade operations the risk of non-return? 0.85 is the coefficient for insurance. Based on this law, we insure investments. Two risks are there, political and war risk. Is this enough for the bank to work with the insurance? Or you will ask for a broader spectrum of risks to be insured if you want to use it as an alternative. Just a short question on political risks. Ukrainian ECA is insuring, the Ukrainian political risks insured by Ukrainian ECA, no sense. The insurance companies or other subjects can insure those risks abroad, those who are abroad, the foreign ones. The state institution, ECA, can insure political risks of the state that founded it and giving the capital. It's nonsense. Therefore, it won't work. But export credit agencies abroad, MIGA, let's say DFC, those guys, they can and they have to, and they already are, insuring the political risk of the country, MIGA in particular. ECA cannot. So in the law we can put it, but it won't work. Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Yurian Serhiy, maybe you will express your opinion. A brief comment, maybe? I quite disagree with Alexander. Because if this is a foreign investor and one is investing in construction or production in Ukraine, ECA actually can provide insurance when it comes to war risks, let's say. This will be an additional stimulus to invest in Ukraine. This is my purely personal opinion. The last thing I say, I disagree. No one will take this risk of Ukrainian ECA without additional insuring of the risks abroad. We need capital for this reinsuring. I'll continue. I support Serhiy and Ruslan, I guess, more than any insurance that lowers the bank risk will be in demand. Of course, within the limited capital of the institution, it will be highly appreciated by people, and the final user will study the pricing, and the cost will be on one's shoulders. So any product presented by ECA will be in demand, but definitely there will be a cannibalism. The colleagues mentioned the risk-sharing program for many IFI. The credit risk decreasing and less requirements to the loan. So I'll start with the fly in the ointment. So all those banks we have on the panel, they have a wish to fund the real economy. Then it looks weird with the statistics, especially in 2023, and more dramatic if we take since February 24th. For the legal entities per month, it's like 10 billion hryvnias. The economy is drying out at the expense of temporarily occupied territories, because we have relocation of industrial capacity staying close to the front line. Export as well. If we take the dynamics, not such a positive trend, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to support it. Okay, if all of us present at this panel, if we are ready to fund, and we do, who is actually the credit portfolio of legal entities? How are we actually decreasing it? I actively study it. Yes, we definitely fund. We want to do it. We can't just lower the credit portfolio. It's about supporting the real economy. I can't agree with the fact that there are no projects, those who cannot provide the support, or let's say those who cannot confirm the financial capacity and then to maintain credits adequately. Pipe is there. It's slower, but monthly we have $200 million of equivalent coming monthly. Not everyone comes to the end. We have to separate it. What we mentioned, the funding of the turnover capital with the trade funding tools as well, and CapEx funding, investment programs, and its implementation. Let's split the first, hryvnias and foreign currency. Hryvnias component, we realized that the hryvnias price was quite high, so the crediting in Ukraine was driven with 579. I agree with the estimates of Ms. Sveredenko. 95% of hryvnia funding happened with the support of 579 program, making credits cheaper, and with a portfolio guarantee combination, lowering the requirements. and improving the factor of credit risk for the banks. If we talk about investment projects in hryvnia, if if it exceeds 150 million, nobody was ready to pay it the annual rate higher than 20%. What the business model should be there to buy that? I don't know. Respectively, we come to the foreign currency. Sorry. The turnover capital, again, the foreign currency. Raiffeisen, I guess, has a big network of correspondence relations, so ECA has good tools. But if we speak about export accreditives, pre-export funding, which is not developed in Ukraine and cannot be developed now. Why? Because we need a lot of documents and logistics is complicated. When we exported it by sea in good volumes, it worked. I do hope the grain agreement will work and the pre-export funding would help our exporters. But loads of papers you have to collect and fund trains or trucks. Nobody wants that. A small credit line, a cheap one, just to work with the turnover capital needs. We need the network of broad contracts. We've seen the geography where we do export, on the image, Africa. Who has relations with African banks who will take Ukrainian banks' tools? Not many. So we need to have the network of developed correspondence relation. For those documentary operations, it's important. I promote to a little bit of marketing. I encourage you to talk to us. The second important component, the cost of any documentary operations, trade finance that we have. All reputable IFIs do that. EBRD, DFC, risk sharing, and so on. We now know what the situation is with the rates of European bank. Quite high, record-breaking. The final cost of funding for each IFI, 6-7 in foreign currency, the annual one. It's expensive. Taking the foreign currency risks is not feasible, economically feasible. Another statement. Since the beginning of full-scale war, all our international institutions, IFIs, don't give the money. Commercial, yeah, but the banking system of Ukraine. Purely the funding of deficit of the state budget, that's it. Ministry of Finance is taking everything, almost everything. What is given, as far as I know, since the started full-scale invasion, it's a drop in the sea. The average cost 6.5, production cost, and with what price shall we fund it with the foreign currency risks? The key problem that I see, Ukrainian producers are not ready to meet the standards ESG standards, which are in each program of our international partners. So when someone will... This actually turns it off. But we want to be a part of the civilized financial world. We're moving to EU. It's a necessary thing. Please, ESG is everything for the future, for the funding of recovery. It seems to me that those of this discussion will do everything to ensure the available financial resources, and we'll have the proper consulting which will allow us to use the best financial tools for the recovery, despite the war is still there. Thank you. Thank you. Yuri, I just want to engage you in discussion as well. And can you tell us what is the perspective of new tools available for ECA when we finally finalize the law adoption and expand the functionality? So good morning. We've had a lot of discussions with colleagues. I just want to tell you, when it comes to the changes that we expect, we don't know how it's going to work, but 100%, this is important that the shipping started working in big ports within the last month. They've restored the activity. It's important for big sectors. I do hope that those related to it realize it. First of all, yeah, definitely huge cost of insurance. If ECA helps to decrease the load, this will be a good thing. So it's a first thing. When it comes to another issue, if we have the ECA in our banking community, in that case, we will give the money. For us, ECA, if we talk about insurance and war risks, first of all, if God forbid there is a hit, there is attack, the pledge, the insurance company we work with, all the banks, these risks don't cover it. So it's not about replacing the pledge. It's about the comfort factor for the owner of business and for the banks, the crediting banks. Okay, it's taken as an insurance of the pledge object, not the replacement. Okay. If the banking community is not ready to fund and they disagree, we stress again. As a person, me as a person talking to clients, we can see that all banks are interested. Yes, we have our limitations because we're responsible for the money of our clients, for your money. We can't give it to everyone who enters, let's say, the bank. Great initiative of the government. Speaking of VC, what we need to do, all of us need to do, more trust. There should be the agency. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of experience there already. Talk about it more. We have to raise awareness. There's still a lot of mistrust from businessmen. Like, how will this work? They're asking, because ECA is a huge tool, great tool, when commercial departments disagree. They don't want to sign some contracts because the buyer is a new one with no experience. So we understand that there is no sense to get the risks and then have problems with the owners or the heads of the companies. So first of all, ECA is not just about the money. First of all, it's for us to change this complex situation when it comes to export. Yeah, it's important, as we mentioned initially. The export dramatically declined. Someone has the fear. We have temporarily occupied territories. Seaports are limited. Maritime ways are limited. But let's share the experience and more of promoting. This is one of the big limitations that we have for us to move faster. It's hampering us because in Ukraine we still have a lot of traders. They have a big margin. They buy the CBD, and then the other margin, the highest one, they get autonomously. You all are producers. You can do it on your own. So the risk already exists today because we are at the state of war. But we have to move faster. That's important. Thank you so much, Yuri. We have some questions, actually, from our audience. And for the risks. You actually led us to that part of discussion. I will read that aloud. The biggest question when you communicate with banks, the biggest issue is that investment projects require a lot of time to produce equipment and advance payment for it. So banks ask for additional support with coefficient 1.5, 1.8. And there is no they can't insure it because it's already elsewhere. So when we speak about the defining of the client's risk rating, This is a big problem as well for the exporters because it actually drags more requirements from the banks to cover the pledge. Colleagues, can you comment upon that? Yeah, I understand that only one person here is to speak today. All right. Again, I'm sticking in to now leave. It's important to remember one thing about the pledge. Radion will speak of the pledge, the coefficient for the pledge. To fund the equipment, in particular imported the local banks, crediting by the local banks is not the best tool. The best tool to fund equipment, which is imported, capital goods, what we call it, funding of export credit agencies, foreign ones from the states where exporters of equipment supplied here. It's not about Ukrainian ECA, Hermes, Kofas, US Exim, and all that. It's the cheapest out of all possible options to fund the import of capital equipment, which definitely will drag the pledge coefficient problem. For local banks, it's a problem. And here we have the priority. We have to reactivate those agencies, foreign ECAs, which unfortunately during the war closed the limit for Ukraine. I personally participated in discussion in Vienna with the Chamber of Commerce there. We have Austrians there, like Austrian companies, who want to supply, they have projects, they want to supply equipment, and they asked ECA, their ECA, please support us, like I supported them, but these are closed, yeah? And we told the French colleagues, this is the priority. It's the priority of our government, interstate relations. It's a priority for it. That's what is happening there, like what Remakov said. That's why they are closed, because they require support from the ministries of finances of the states, and all those states, they fund our budget. They fill our budget in. ECAs already don't have the capital because all money is mobilized, the budget. To activate the import of capital equipment, what is the priority? Foreign ECAs. The cheapest and the long-term funding type. Thank you. Alexander, thank you. Yes, ECA is a good thing when it's functional, when it actually provides limits. But honestly, answering the question that you mentioned, I think the bank has a lot of tools. And if this is a project that Yulia defines as the real economy sector, something that we want to credit, and if we can confirm it, we'll find the ways. If you don't want this, we'll find the ways. If the project funding, if we can't do it with Ukrainian banks, but we still have the risk sharing guarantee mechanism that we actually use before the equipment is coming to Ukraine. Also, if this is a long term for payment, then we use the documentary operations not to breach the contract terms, 180 days. So honestly, if bank has a wish to work with that, if the bank does see, the most important thing for the bank to see the economic component and the client's finances, and to believe in the project that there is ROI. If the bank can see it, and banks have so many tools today that we can combine to ensure that we won't ask for additional pledge. Many clients simply don't have that resource. I speak of investment credit. Okay, if you allow me, I'll ask you a question just to stick to the topic. You mentioned that there is a problem with project funding, and we can see that ECA insurance, the war risk insurance, is considered as pledge object insurance. In which circumstances would you consider it like we work with the trade operations now. The same logic in project funding for investment credits. Like Ukrainian producer wants to build a new factory, new line, buy some equipment to increase the volume of export. Like 30% of his own funding, 70% for 3-5 years to get from the bank. In which circumstances you would not in which situation would you rely on ECA insurance? Is it enough of regulatory framework just to use that? If this is investment crediting, it's a classic like component of bank crediting. So when you implement this investment project, when there is a pledge, investment object pledge. Okay, so it's a classical thing. But when we have the initial investment, till the moment when the object is commissioned finally, certain time should pass. It takes time. For that, we can actually use the insurance, ECA insurance, and any type of guarantee from IFIs or in Ukraine. According to Decree 351, we can use these as a coverage tool. So then just replace with investment object, because based on the results of investment crediting, the investment object must be pledged. This is like classics, and this is a requirement of our banking regulations. Half a year of gap before the object is there, like supplying, installing, and yeah. This gap of the project phase can be covered by the guarantee or any element like export insurance. So do you see the type of service in insurance financial market? Which of the tools are there? Will it emerge with the new legislation to use it and to say, okay, like saying that we will give the project funding with this insurance without additional support like before the object is there? Okay, the problem will be only that we'll have still to get some resource of money to work with the interest. But regarding the pledge, this guarantee mechanism, we do it now. Under risk sharing, with the EBRD project, let's say, we already do it. The Entrepreneurship Development Fund, so it's there. It's already there. It's functioning. Okay, I just want to comment. We realize that all big investment projects cannot be implemented without some powerful production group. We realize that a person cannot just come from somewhere and say, I will build a plant for $50 million and with a person having nothing. This must be a professional, competent business that really wants to build something new to have some additional line be supplied. So they also have to understand that for the bank, well, bank must be motivated to actually to maintain that credit. The pledge is required for that to have the responsibility. When we speak about insurance, we have those cases, yes. ECA in Poland, it exists, okay? And basically, they can take up to 95% of the project insurance, but they require still to have 30% of the component, like Polish component. Meaning, if there is a project, if you know that you'll import equipment from Poland or from Denmark, okay? So we talked to them, yeah? We had a meeting. So they also cover the risks of credit default, and they can cover the risks, the war risks. We have those tools. These exist. And for example, if there was some news like that Danish ECA, they supported Nibulon, for example, company. Or they supported Carlsberg, Ukrainian affiliate. So we have those examples, we have those cases, and that is our task, to make our clients aware of that and telling we have different programs, starting from state ones and international ones, and you have products. We also have the products in our banks. Therefore, we can structure something, we can find some solutions. It's very important that there is a wish. Our partners do have a wish, truly, to invest and to help Ukraine. And they establish the funds. You just need to know about that and distribute it. Tell everyone that these funds exist and that that's what we're trying to do. By the way, I want to tell you, for SMEs, we realize that this is a basis of a skeleton of the economy. In Bank, we want our SMEs to be more export-oriented, okay? And to stimulate them somehow for their products to be supplied and exported elsewhere. Recently, we've launched with USAID and Nova Poshta a program. So if you are an exporter, if you're a small business, you're exporting, Nova Poshta can deliver the goods abroad almost free of charge. So we will provide services to the company without the fees, converting the currency. And USAID will give technical assistance. They will teach our SMEs on how to export, actually, the whole process. So what should be done for it, the contracts, the currency control, and so on. So this program is more of social oriented. We want to develop SMEs, export potential of SMEs. Thank you. Sergey, just a couple of words. Just a couple. Post-import funding long-term, it already is about the soft pledge, okay? So while the equipment is being made, under the contract, the rights are transferred. When the equipment is made, yes, the primary installment should be there. Yeah. I will correct Alexander. He left. All IFIs and ECAs, they don't have these clear limits for Ukraine. At least I know 4 ECAs with these limits. And they have direct contracts with Ukrainian enterprises and relations with key banking institutions. But again, the cost of money is high, even more expensive than classical lines of our IFIs. Reaches 10-12% sometimes even. So it's expensive. But success stories we do have when tech import agreements are implemented directly with a producer. Ukrainian entrepreneurs who manage to get great discounts when it comes to price list of the producers of the tech equipment. Yes, and then they after get the funding. I will not go deep. You can take the Kowalski company group experience. They had the press release engaging money from reputable entity from Netherlands to buy tech equipment. No details of everything is possible. You can do it actually. It's possible.
So we'll add a bit to the Ruslan's comment regarding whether it's possible for banking community to co-fund to expansion of businesses. I think, yeah, 100%. There are banks that would easily analyze the existing business model, and without any additional collaterals to expand the existing one, it is realistic. I think you can do it with your banks. As for the full startup, when unfortunately there is no, it's infrequent. But if there's no other existing business, and it's a big project, then it's difficult. If it's a small project, but then at least it's a 50%, then the banks will support this risk. And together with you, will believe in this project. So you gotta keep knocking. Another interesting question from the audience. Are there going to be, or are there already, products to provide loans to foreign companies who buy goods and services from Ukrainian exporters? Buyer's credit. When Ukrainian banks provide loans to the foreign company that buys something from Ukrainian company. Are Ukrainian banks ready to propose such loans? Why? Well, here's a question. Um, don't we? It's ban. There's a regulatory ban for that. Secondly, the cost of money, European money, and relationship with. They have more dense relations with international institutions. Their solvency and payability. So we don't see such role from foreign. But ECA has a role to play here in promoting exports and covering some risks for foreign importers. Right. Another question is the procedure of decision making by BES, does it cover for insolvency risk of the customer? Yeah, it is. It is making, but the procedure is the same. That's a short answer. The procedure doesn't make it easier, but it's easier to make a decision. You have to review more documents and a smaller collateral. Right, thank you. There's another question, maybe addressed to ECA rather than a bank, because it's about options to increase capitalization of ECA. I think we will talk about this in the panel discussion where the Ministry of Economy will be there and the Parliament will be there, so we'll talk about it. I see more questions, but I don't see the questions themselves. So basically it looks optimistic. The banks are ready, they are looking for proposals, they are counting additional products that ECA can simplify to guarantee. What could you say for the real sector of economy when debt certificates and bonds will be less, and continue in the logic of Julia, and will be more priority to real sector of economy? How and what would you say, those who work in the market, who provide funding? You know, investing in deposit certificates is a short-term thing. Now the interest rate is big. Tomorrow it's decreased. But if you fund credit portfolio, you create more long-term asset that will generate revenue for you. So the banks are trying to provide more loans. It's in their business interest. So to say we want to save money for deposit, if there's no demand, if they don't know projects, of course we have to somehow manage our liquidity, and we invest in deposit certificate or we buy government bonds. And you also have to do it because we have to balance. We have to fund the real sector of economy. On the other hand, we need to support the budget. And if they offer securities that can be bought, why not? Why can't we fill the deficit of budget if the country needs it? But we need a balance. And to say the banks that you invest into bonds, yeah, we do, is we don't need that. We don't need to do social payments or anything. Deposit certificate is a temporary thing. If there is demand, then there will be project. We will find it. You can't say the banks are not funding anything. We want to fund. Have I answered your question? I hope I did. But your feeling. It's not a criticism. There will be more money in the real sector of economy. When? What has to change? What is the trend? What's the expectation? First of all, we know that demand is growing if the interest rate's going down. We know that. And of course, we need the inflation to go down And then the interest rates will be lower and there will be more demand and the businesses will be able to use
мати прибуток. Ну це а для цього що потрібно, щоб
service loans and have revenue, but we need the economy to work. Of course, the international donors are helping us, and we are now very much dependent. We are on artificial ventilation, so to say, with the national partners. If everything will be okay, if the war is over, then there will be recovery and there will be more funding. But it doesn't mean that we can't fund now. We do want to fund and we will fund, and you have to, even now, when we talk to investors, we tell them, invest now, don't wait till war ends. If you want to generate revenue now, yeah, you risk, but it's not that big of a risk than it would seem. What's everybody thinking about Ukraine? It's one black zone. There's war everywhere. But you need to be realistic in your analysis. We have green zone, the orange zone, and the red zone. So let's analyze your risk. How much of a military war-related risks in Ukraine? Because if you have 4%, that's not right. Maybe even less. The cost of that risk if you properly calculate it and analyze the whole territory. Yeah, thank you. I just want to add, it's tactic, it's a monetary tool of the National Bank that it would use to stimulate, to get the surplus from the market, which banks will now pay as a tax into budget. It still reaches the budget, but I'm not saying about that. I'm saying that banks, at least state-owned banks, they never stopped funding the real sector. Raiffeisen was not very active, but it's thanks to state-owned banks. We provided the sowing campaign, agricultural, in 2022 in the most difficult conditions. It was the state banks who funded and rescued this sowing campaign for the agriculture. But in the real sector, there's more demand for the floating capital. Gradually, we prioritize the state support towards the investment projects, and I believe that indeed the situation is such that we can start. Maybe these investment projects are not entirely into growth. There's a lot of demand in our green bank for investment projects for consumption of solar power. They are quickly, these investments are returned through more cost efficiency, but it's also investments. It's just that banks and social institutions, not only commercial, they have to be proactive. They have to stimulate demand, and they have to talk about all the important tools. And if we show to our international partners that we have demand for investments, they are going to be thinking quicker. Because in 2022, we spent so much with the KfW and KfW, but then they said, well, we don't believe that there will be renewable investment projects in Ukraine. We don't see that during the war. So you gotta be quick and not wait around. Thank you. We have some minutes, and we had some clarification on the previous question. I suggest we discuss it and then wrap up. It's about funding foreign companies. And if Ukrainian companies opens an office abroad and the whole collateral assets are in Ukraine, is there a way to fund this daughter company abroad, and maybe some products will help them to provide foreign banks? Short answer is no. Yeah, we looked into some cases using documentary. No, the law prohibits that. Right, thank you. So we can wrap up. Thank you. Thank you, the participants of this panel discussion. They're very disciplined. We have a coffee break now. If you wanted to ask a question, catch the speakers, and we continue in 30 minutes. And this panel discussion, which will be about public policy and governmental policy and stimulating non-commodity-based exports, two deputies from Ministry of Economy, deputy head of the Committee of Economic Development, Parliamentary Committee, and also online with Taras Kachka, we'll have Vladimir Kuzyov with us, and head of the ICA management, Islav Hashev, Andrei Litvin from Export Development Unit, and Vice Prime Minister of Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, Lady Korol. Everybody's invited. We continue the discussion. Yulia Sverdenko gave a great start to talk about funding the real sector, and we talked to banks who reassured us that they are quite eager to increase their credit portfolio. They would like to work with interesting projects, and ECA as a tool. So we'll continue this discussion. It would seem like the tools that emerge with the new legislation will hedge the collateral. So could you explain what is it that's going to happen, and how ECA, what kind of products that banks could use, and what the real sector of economy could hope for? I would correct a little bit. You were right to say that Julia provided a great start. I think banks have confused a little bit. We won't be insuring collateral. We only insure financial risks. If we talk about loaning, we insure against the risk of failure to pay back the loan. It's not a collateral. We don't need to be insured. We cannot insure physical property according to the law. That's what the market players have to do only, exclusively. So therefore, what banks are counting for from discussion, we won't be doing. We will be insuring the way we do it in trade operations. We'll be insuring investment loans. So how quickly this project will emerge in the market, because the president has to sign it, and then the cabinet ministers with the national bank have to list out the criteria of risks that will cover that, how much time that will take. Then the ECA has to design the methodology to offer to banks. So how quickly the market should wait for the new products? I don't think that conceptually anything significantly changes in export funding or investment loans. So it's only the terms. Some terms will change. It's not completely new product from scratch. Yeah, there's some cycle of development of the product. Oksana Cherityana is responsible for that. It means that I'm saying the right thing. So I think that together, if we take the task of cabinet ministers and the national bank to define the list of risks and conditions, it has to take some 2 to 3 months until the product is on the market. So somewhere March, April, 2 or 3 maximum, right? So I will refer discussion to the deputy minister of economy. The government have been saying that we have to attract investment. Julia said that it's a high priority because the war is not going anywhere. So what are your expectations regarding the changes in legislation? What investments can give us? What can come from Ukrainian investors? Maybe some investment loans from Ukrainian banks. But what do you get through these tools from the outside? Hello, I would say that the law 915 and the opportunity to insure non-property related financial risks, that it adds to the ecosystem that we at the Ministry of Economy are trying to build. So what we see, foreign ECAs, for their companies, they open limits, they insure against cooperation with Ukraine. It's the trade operations, but it's also investments. We have some examples where Polish cook opened such cooperation, EPI France, such and other organizations. We as the Ministry of Economy fully support creation of such mechanism through Ukrainian export credit agencies so that Ukrainian businesses, especially processing industry, could have access to long loans. Because even before the war, the Ukrainian agricultural was underinvested, about 10% from GDP. So much investments. We had OECD benchmark is 25%. So that's within the general policy at the Ministry of Economy. If we take in the wider context of attracting investment, there are 4 pillars that we have to work on. State incentives. There are some budgeted programs, supportive industrial banks, reimbursement for connecting to the grid, reimbursement for interest rates. That stimulates significant investment to Ukraine. But where the partial reimbursement of interest rate, what's the mechanism? The mechanism is still in the works. But if at the start of the war the amount of interest was paid to create an industrial park, can be paid for using the governmental incentives. So incentives is one thing. Another part is de-risking. And here we have several interesting stories. So first, the ECAs that can insure their investors and international investors alike a property investment insurance. We have international programs, MICA and DFC. Just yesterday, MICA received in their trust fund 20 million funds credit line from Great Britain. We're thankful for that, together with Norway. The populating this fund will allow to insure $100 million worth of investment. So because the leverage that MICA implements is 1 to 2. DSC up to $1 billion they can cover from their balance sheet coverage for international Ukrainian investors. Then we have the project on insuring maritime vessels, which we're doing within the country. And our Ukrainian Export Credit Agency, is the fifth element, is de-risking. I would also add the third element is the catalyst capital, access to funding for big businesses, especially to engage in international investments. And we work with BlackRock and JP Morgan to protect the Ukrainian Development Fund, which allow complementary to other organizations, will invest into long-term infrastructure projects. How is that happening? Are they going to be providing money or guarantees to financial institutions who will provide money? How? What's the mechanism? The mechanism, which is now at commitments from international organizations to invest capital fund, and it's going to be leveraged with the loan capital board, and then investing into equity. And also about unbankable projects.
SMEs are driving Ukraine right now, and they're flexible and they're trying to reformat, reorient to change in demand, defense production. So they have more challenges with, let's say, supplies, because big corporations have some assets, okay? Some property there. SMEs have difficulties, but they would like to produce like those drones or whatever, so get loans, and this whole thing is about support, is about material supports and technical support. We work with financial risks, so how can we do it that in investment projects where we have the bank's project funding, to do it in the same way as we have the trade funding? Is there any perspective? And MOE and the state, are you putting the stake on that so many Ukrainian SMEs may become a driver for small investments? Well, honestly, the state guarantees and IFI's guarantees, called risk sharing facility, the portfolio guarantees, it actually helps SMEs to get the funding. Now, together with the European Commission, we're working on Ukraine facility, and under this Ukraine facility, we will have Ukraine investment framework, the second pillar, which will allow international organizations to get de-risking of their balances. And thanks to this, Ukrainian banks will get new limits on risk sharing facility from 50 to 80%. That is how, instead of the client, the guarantee will be provided. Client will not have to find this solid pledge. Okay.
Заступник міністра.
Have Deputy Minister, Trade Representative Mr. Kachka is with us. Okay, so we had discussions of the previous panels. Some banks complained that not all ECAs open the limits. So many suppliers from EU states in particular, those who would love to sell their products to Ukrainian companies, they speak with their ECAs, but not all of them have the limits, unfortunately. As banks said, it would be really good for those negotiations, the MOE, to run like, what is the state of affairs? How fast can we expect to improve the situation? When can it be improved? And when these limits can be lifted? What the MOE is doing. So, what was already mentioned by Volodymyr, this is the work that, first of all, we say of the following: ECAs, they are restoring their limits for supplies to Ukraine. Some ECAs, like Latvian, they never actually stopped the process. Others just restore that gradually, but the reason was it was like a standard response based on legislation. Because we have the supply from a wartime country, so war risk assurance is one of the basic elements. The starting point for any governmental activity and our partners is the opportunity to open the credit line for equipment supply to Ukraine. As far as I know, that comparing to 2022, spring 2022, the huge share of countries, they actually restored those credit lines. Others think that the volume and the cost of these lines is smaller and still it's more expensive than before the war, because again, the risks, Ukraine-related risks, let's say, the country has it. So we can't expect that we will return to 2021 at least, but it's obvious the joint efforts are huge. And the level of our riskiness perception is going down when it comes to ECAs. Yeah, there was a question raised by the representative of Lviv administration economy department. Polish companies, the suppliers, tell that they would that they can actually buy, but not always Polish banks give the credits, and they would be happy to use Ukrainian bank services to buy products from Ukrainian companies. We would keep the money in the economy. From Ukrainian bank, these would go to Ukrainian suppliers, but we need the regulatory framework. Is there any potential in this area? Are there any steps taken by MOE? Do we need to change? How can we make these tools possible? Do you see any potential to reactivate Ukrainian economy with this approach? What kind of regulations, you mean? In the previous panel, the banks mentioned that it's impossible to give to international partner to give a credit for Ukrainian product procurement, so amendments to legislation should be made. Decree number 18, yeah. It's the capital movement during the wartime. It's the first issue. And we have a lot of limitations when it comes to credits, and many Ukrainian producers cannot simply maintain the credits and service the credits. There are so many problems with credits, actually. But we're moving forward. And National Bank is decreasing the limitations, and it's in the dialogue with the IMF already, because this is the part of our program to support the macrofinancial stability. Therefore, I think perspective is obvious. These limitations someday will be just lifted. The question is different.
Знову ж таки, польська
Again, Polish banking system is much more flexible and dynamic in this case. And we have just to understand that any financial product, it depends on the circumstances. It's shaped by the circumstances. I don't think that Ukrainian banking, with our challenges, microfinancial challenges, we can't be more comfortable than Polish one. So yeah, even the draft law in 9015 that you mentioned, it also relates not only to the risking of investment, internal ones, but also the access to capital per se, because insurance is a tool of access to capital. I think in this case, coming back to the key issue, the cornerstone is the wish of banking system to be open to Ukrainian producers. Because even in trade funding, if you analyze the situation, when I started handling this in 2019, in fact, there were no Ukrainian banks which were handling the export trade crediting, just the import. So the question is, we have to stick to the wish of banks. If they are proactive, and we have to use their liquidity for the sake of Ukrainian production development. When it comes to regulations, well, we will always push those decisions which would allow to lift the limitations. But the draft law 9015, the government was always active to lift the limitations. Thank you. You also have the members of supervisory board in ECA. Maybe I will readdress it to you. From the previous panel, banks spoke that it was fine with the new products, but it will work when we will have more capital. Mr. Pisaruk told that without increase of the capital, we can't expect the demand to grow. We all realize how limited it is, yeah? New tools are added. You can work with investment. But again, the question is, where is the capacity of the ECA to ensure with the capital? So, are there any measures planned? Yulia said that we negotiate with multinational fund. Any other strategies are searched? Any approaches? Where can we get the capital from for ECA to help us more to grow the export? It's my personal KPI, yeah, in the MOE team to work on export capital and the ECA capacity. We have a lot of initiatives. Sooner or later, we will increase the capital via the budget money, because the state is the owner of the ECA. But it's still obvious that such tools, among these tools, we need to search for some investor, maybe from the same segment, Japanese, Nexi, but it's quite an early stage, We can't announce anything or speak of anything, but our work is done to increase the capacity of the ECA. It's good that we have 2 billion of capital that we have now. It's not 100% used, but the huge share is already used. So I think that for everyone, this is like a dogma. There are no discussions if needed or not. It's just how fast and how exactly shall we... Yeah, the last question before I go to your colleague, who is there as well, Mr. Kiselevsky. Yulia says that quite often she's asked, and you're asked, what's with Ukrainian-Polish border? What's happening there at the border? It exists. The border is still there. So, well, it's a local issue, the blockage of the roads, but definitely we have to understand that yesterday we had intense work in Brussels. We had another format of negotiations there, and in general with the EU we speak of this. We can see that first of all there is a chance for us to deblock the situation that we have now, because it's a lose-lose situation. Just you have to understand 80% of import is coming to Ukraine with trucks. In a month, it decreased 599 million less, 600 million less for inland transporters, inland carriers. Poland has more access to requests, like from European ports or from the EU, to transport it and carry it to Ukrainian producers, Polish producers, and other European producers who export their products to Ukraine, because now it's all in the trucks. You know, it's the key way to deliver it. Yeah, it's clear. It's clear how strategic it is. I'm provoking you. You've mentioned so many times in your Facebook posts that we need to prepare to fighting for our interests, national interests. So this is our way to Europe, basically, and we'll have some difficulties in the negotiations. Ukraine had more of this agricultural share when it comes to resource export. Now we have logistical issues. What is your recommendation? In which sectors, where do we need to invest in processing to have fewer problems with logistics when it comes to border crossing? I think that in Ukraine, first of all, Ukrainian entrepreneurs have to invest in something that they want to produce. Space, technologies, drones, crafty stuff, you know, crafts, whatever, packaging, the products, details, accessories, whatever. A lot of opportunities. Our task as government, we need to provide free access to the EU in all terms, in all means. No duties, no limitations for the trucks, whatever. This is not just an empty word, you know? We're just in our conversation with the EU, we came from fast emergency assistance that we had in 2022, and many decisions were made then. Now we're shifting to full integration of Ukraine into the markets of the EU. Obviously, it gives a response, a flashback. So I would not try. I would not try to exaggerate when it comes to these statements from Poland, but it's a task for the trade policy for me, as for the deputy minister. We have not just to locally solve those problems or challenges, but we also have to systemically, like we have maybe half a year, year and a half, use that time to create an understanding that it's clear for us how we interact with the neighbors, that we're integrating at such protests as we observe that this is just, it shouldn't be there. Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Well, despite your business trip, you're still with us. Have a very good trip, and we want you to be very successful in negotiations. And I pass the floor to Dmytro Kisilevsky. You were the booster of 9015 draft law. You initiated this. You try to improve the legislation all the time, and you cooperate with us. Give us your expectations, please. Explain that. This adopted law, are you fully satisfied with its impact on stimulation of processing industry development, and this second component of the law, stimulating the export share with value added, high value added? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this introduction. If you do allow me, I'll respond to what was said before, and then I'll answer the question. So, first of all, if you have banks which are interested in buyer's credits establishment, it was my day. You know, previously nobody wanted to do it. If somebody wants and there are obstructions, if this is about legislation, I would ask Mr. Ruslan Gashev to give my number to that person for us to start talking. And put our talks in some practical dimension and push those amendments if we require amendments in the laws. These nice people are in Lviv military administration. They have a case. I know these people. I know them. I thought bankers were asking. Okay. It's still too early. We have to wait. Okay. Buyer's credit, in theory, if we dream a little bit, we can even have this mission. The mission supported with goods which are exported. This would be like a good mission, a good thing to do. So, just to respond to Polish companies who want to buy something in Ukraine or sell something, and the border issue, because at Exporters Forum, the border blockage issue should be mentioned. It's clear that government cannot tell everything. MPs, it's easier for MPs.
Якщо в залі є компанія,
If in the hall we have companies with Polish partners, it doesn't matter if these are export, import, whatever, it's time for Ukrainians to contact with Polish partners and tell them that they can talk to their government, Polish government, and say that it's impossible to buy or supply to Ukraine, they lose money. Therefore, it seems to me that Polish partners of Ukrainian exporters or importers, they have to raise that issue, bring it to their government, because it's the truth. Big Ukrainian business associations, Federation of Employers are doing this. If some companies are still not on board and interested for the border to be deblocked, it's worth contacting with your Polish vis-a-vis very fast for them in their environment actually to raise that, because they also suffer. They also lose money because some Polish carriers decided that their lives are more important than their economic capacity is more important than the potential of others. In Poland, this discussion should actually ignite. It's sorry for the off top. I think it's important. Now, when it comes to 9015 and its impact, I do think that ECA is an institution supporting export and all available mechanisms to ensure war risks, including those Volodymyr Kuzyo mentioned, and the MOE is working with. These all are elements of some ecosystem to support producers. If we produce nothing, nothing to export. So, the focus of state policy should be, and we gradually have it, the development of production, processing industry, investment in real economy, and resource-based export. That is what was mentioned by Ms. Yulia today. It's an important signal that in government we now start understanding the priorities. Processing industry share in GDP already mentioned. I will just add that in export we have the same story. Quite often in export the processing industry share was before the invasion 35%.
потрібно до
We have to aspire 70-80%. Yeah? Not everybody knows, but we had those indicators like 15 years ago, and we gradually were lowering these, unfortunately. And this chronic structural problem, there is a disease. We need to have a cure. Ecosystem to support producers is the cure. Now we have 579 as a format of access to cheap and long-term money. Grant program 8 million for processors. The products offered by ECA, industrial parks, heavily invested projects. We have sectoral programs like reimbursement for agri-machinery. We have localization and public procurement policy. I will inform you that we have a good draft law, 9627, using the land plots for energy objects construction and war risks insurance. The whole ecosystem has to work for Ukraine to give more opportunities to build the plants, minimize, eliminate the war risks, make it more beneficial for processing than for resource-based industry. Some elements of ecosystem are still not built. These are more like still being designed, but we have capital investment reimbursement via taxes should be there in Ukraine. That is what our neighbors are doing to steal our producers. Euro directive is working, and I think it can work in Ukraine as well. We have to simplify entering the networks, development bank we needed to provide systemic access to cheap money, and we have to start discussing about the resource duties, because Polish farmers and other farmers, you can see that this tension is not random. It's systemic. We need to have a solution. If we speak about the impact, there is a plan of development for processing industry. I'm engaged in that, and now we are implementing it. All these initiatives that were mentioned are part of the plan. We found certain economic prerequisites for 600 new plants, $90 billion of total investment. It's clear, it's pretty clear we have the resources we can process, we have demand in the economy sectors covered by import, but we could actually cover it with internal production. The state demand, which is very irrational, public procurement policy, we're changing it. And the Russian-Belarusian import is replaced in Ukraine and in the West. To turn potential into plans, we need all programs to work, war risk, ensuring in my draft law 9015. But I will not give an answer, a clear answer, like what is the role? Like how much money will 9015 bring? I'll answer that if we want to use the potential for these hundreds of new plants to be built, we need to have all programs, support programs to be functional. The non-resource export, and then it will go. War risks ensuring, we heard that we have the first case, industrial park in Lviv. Dragon Capital is leading this. It's the start, and I think we'll get more. Thank you. We'll continue the discussion. Please just don't turn off. We spoke of the participation of Ukrainian business in of this horizontal business diplomacy, meaning their participation negotiations. Chamber of Commerce, what are you doing? Any plans or recommendations for members of your chamber? How to interact like with Polish partners? Valery, tell us. I've seen the publication of Mr. Chizhikov, who wrote that you consider that. What were the recommendations? What do we have to expect? The border deblockage. What are the perspectives? Okay, tell us. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. You know, we have even much more fresh information than the response of the Chamber of Commerce and our committees for the situation that we have at Ukrainian-Polish border. This morning I came back from Prague, where we had the business conference of countries of the Visegrad 4 states, and not only our relations at Polish-Ukrainian but Slovak-Ukrainian border as well. Some attention was paid to it. I can't tell you that there is mutual understanding and consensus, but I agree with Kiselevsky, with Mr. Taras Kachka, that the situation that we have today, and that matter is not becoming more acute, but it's still quite tense. There's a negative impact on all, you know? I think for you, it's not a surprise that a huge component in the situation is political one. It's because, we had the elections in Poland, you know, and everybody realizes like what is happening there, like what is the root cause. But everybody refers to the following: let us wait till the government is formed in Poland, and then we'll definitely settle that. When we sit on this hall and our trucks are somewhere there in that 40 km line, Polish politicians can wait. But yeah, we speak of the losses now, and Taras mentioned some figures. What losses are for the Polish and Ukrainian party? And another subject joined them, another neighboring state. Well, this war brought all these insecurities to the surface. It may sound primitive, but this unity of state and business and business support organizations, now it's so relevant. We can't handle it overnight. We won't. We already haven't, so we have to find a systemic influence in our partners. And apart from our organizations, we now have Federation of Employers with us, our unions and associations, more than 20 sectoral committees. The first ones who spoke of that was the committee of the carriers, because they suffered the first from it. It's not the only category of entrepreneurs who have those problems today. So almost all the chamber is there, like with all the committees, because to some extent, everyone engaged in foreign business activity, if this is export or import, they all suffer. They all are affected. So, I've spoke of the war and its impact on everything. It raised the tension as we see it, and our economic front is affected as well. I just thought we had enough of problems even before the full-scale invasion. We had enough of these even before the pandemic limitations. We've had that in the Chamber of Commerce and the whole system and the partners from other unions supporting business. Now it multiplied. We have this war coefficient. Nobody knows what kind of coefficient that, because it's quite volatile. It's changing every day. And we have that. What's going to happen in the future? Nobody knows. What business is expecting from the state? Volodymyr mentioned of it, and Taras Kachka. It may sound simple again, but unity is something that may give us the solution of the problems. I really expect one more thing, certain predictability of the situation that we may have during the war. We have high hopes that this forecast will be given by the state authorities to us, at least partially, somehow, to warn business where we can get problems. We can't prevent anything, everything, of course, but we have to help business. We will hope, of course, that in different ways, by December 13-14, when Mr. Tusk becomes the Prime Minister of Poland, we'll actually handle that with the new tools, with this 1915 draft law, new opportunities, thanks to new products or amended products offered by ECA to business. If all this is enough, what is the demand of business? You can actually see almost 2 years are there, more than 8 billion of export supported, 800 million under ECA. So is this enough? Do you want to get something more? You told you wanted to have some benchmark for future. Okay, but what else do you need from the government, from the parliament, from the ECA? Saying that today business is fully satisfied is a lie. No, absolutely not. Even when we get the victory in this war, we still won't be satisfied, because we need to move further. This is okay. It's how life goes, Of course. The situation is like we have it during the war now, and Yulia stressed on that a lot. Now, we want to increase the share of non-commodities in our export, non-resource share, I mean. Of course. Unfortunately, we had to wait till the war to understand that the level of product processing is our share in increasing our income to the state budget as well.
As well as our manufacturers. So what are the expectations regarding legislation or executive branch? I'm confident that quite many draft laws that are now in the parliament and the plea from the businesses that we here in the Chamber of Commerce, from to the Ministry of Economy and our ministries, are taken into account, because the situation during the war requires decision making in a very limited time frame. As a representative of accounting Chamber of Commerce, what businesses are expecting from us? I'm not removing liability from organizations who took commitment to help promote our interests. So we are doing that. And currently, as you know, the situation we would like our products and high-tech products as well to be known all over the world. So that's the situation where men are not allowed out of the country, which is the biggest part of our business community. But using this opportunity, I want to thank you and Taras, so that each time when we talk to Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Cabinet Ministers, that even the State Border Service, asking them to have temporarily leave out of the country, they help us, and that increases the efficacy of our work to promote our export interest abroad. Why? Because it's a question to everyone. If I'm going to buy something, some product, and more if it's high-tech or more or less technological, until I see it, I cannot decide. So what does this cooperation give us? It says a cooperation with the state authorities. If before the start of the pandemic, before the war, we did almost 200 events outside the country to promote our exports interests, because 90% of our membership is exporters. Now, though, because these limitations, we cannot afford that anymore. But over the last year, even, we managed to have 20 events abroad. And there were all countries that, in the peaceful time, we didn't have so many active contacts in between small and medium enterprises. So I'm thankful to Boris Johnson, who could have said that Great Britain is our biggest partner in small and medium enterprises. But now, only over the last 9 months, we did 3 business missions to Britain, to Liverpool and London, and 90% there were only two or three commodity-based companies. Others were processing industry, and that helps us a lot. That doesn't mean that every one of them got contracts, but it was a big unexpected thing when, from the first delegation, 18 people, 3 brought back a draft of contract. Okay, so then we go to our next participant, who is directly involved in looking for these ways to enter export office markets. I'm talking about Export Support Office under tenure, because you're monitoring and organizing participation of Ukrainian companies on foreign exhibitions. What's the efficacy? Where are we expected? Where is it rather a myth than a truth? How you can be useful with your tools? And maybe some live hacks over this 5 or 6, 18 months. Maybe see some trends that to share with others. And yeah, let's answer that we are expected. Nobody is expecting us. This global competition. We see it with Poland. Everybody's protecting their own interests, lobbying their interests. It's true. and Ukrainian manufacturers have it difficult to enter new markets because so many new limitations. It's all very difficult. We have to promote high value added products. In this format, I can tell you, I'm not gonna lie, we didn't work enough on that with value added products because Ukraine is a stereotype that it's a commodity economy, so these kind of things. And when we talk with international partners, with state authorities abroad, they don't know much about Ukrainian products and our sectors. So we have something to work on. How we can be useful? We work in 4 areas. First is education, because more than 80% of customers are small and medium businesses, for whom export is the only way to survive. Because domestic market, the demand has decreased with the big migration. Market is looking for new ways, and you have to go through a lot of stages to start exporting. So we organize a lot of long-term educational programs for exporters, for different businesses, for different sectors. Analytics is also an important factor because a lot of people make a mistake by exporting blindly, traveling to international exhibitions without understanding whether it's really a relevant market for them. So we look into different sectors and we see where we can be competitive. What markets are more open to us? Where is not such a strong lobby in different sectors? What are regulatory and non-regulatory barriers? It's also an important factor. And a great analytics is too expensive, but it also decreases the risks of financial cost that the company will not be able to export into this market. Consulting, which is consulting businesses regarding any stages of their export activity, and international events. So representation on international events is the key thing that businesses need. Because according to our surveys, one of the biggest problems is not only about small and medium, it's looking for partners abroad. Regarding the large scale invasion, many customers don't work with Ukrainian companies anymore. Everybody's calculating risks when working with Ukrainian business. Problems on the Polish-Ukrainian border. It's all accounted for, and not everybody is eager to work with Ukrainian companies, and looking for partners for Ukrainian partners is more difficult. So in order to sell something, you have to have touchable something. See the person offline, have negotiations several times maybe. And this year we have discovering Japanese market. There are very super difficult markets where you have to be present all the time offline. As for life hacks, Ukraine is known all over the world at the moment, and we've noticed that within our work that everybody wants to help with something. Everybody wants to cooperate with Ukraine, but not many people know how. They don't know what is Ukrainian market. Just recently we had a meeting with state organizations that facilitate trade in Europe. Everybody said that they want to help these organizations doing exports, but they are only ready to help Ukraine importing goods to them, looking for potential buyers, and they're ready to buy Ukrainian products. It's already a good sign that they are ready to cooperate, but they don't know how to do that. They don't know our culture. It's difficult for them to find contacts that are relevant for them, for their requests, for their needs, and we continue working that, and that's our first step. Many of them earlier used to work with Russian market, so many of them. We did some analysis, where can we replace Russian products in Belarusian. There are insane numbers there, and we have to move there to take that niche while it's still free. Because the war will be over, and it's going to be much more difficult to do it. Thank you for debunking the myth that we are so expected all over the world. People and countries are looking for better, and we need to be better, not just Ukrainian. On the other hand, non-profit institutions would like to help us, and also, and one life hack would be buy assistance to Ukrainians from Ukrainian companies, helping economy along the way. I know that you do market research. Market research costs a lot. What do you have? Where do you have some good studies that show that we can replace Belarusian goods with Ukrainian goods, but where we are really competitive, so that attendees could come to you for research results. Yeah, our studies are open source, are open access, export.gov.ua. Any business or business association can request to conduct such study. If you want to know something about a market or several markets that you believe are high priority for you, we can do that research for you. We can do a research of how competitive your goods are in this market and give you this information so that you take it into account for further work. So thanks to international partners, we have to thank the Competitive Economy program from USAID and GIZ that help us with access to international databases with the detailed information that helps Ukrainian businesses to avoid some hindrances and decrease their financial burden for export expansion. So yeah, so that was the last series of question from my side. I would like some from the audience, but so that I don't read questions from you, I will ask you to ask these questions. So the banks were saying, and we were saying, that we need to add capital to ECAs. Mr. Kachka said that it's not a question should we or shouldn't, it's about how and when. So we have highly liquid assets, we have less liquid, we have long loans. If ECA needed additional capital to execute some processes, where's the real demand in ECA? Where could we could be more stronger and more mobile on the market? What is it and how big is it? Yeah, that's. I usually have faulty microphones in events. Hi, talking about capitalization, 90% of our capital are non-marketable bonds, governmental bonds. It's good tradition to capitalize state-owned companies by bonds, which doesn't create too much pressure on the state budget, and it allows for some short-term, mid-term solution. But in a real volume of our insurance commitments are above the high liquidity assets in our capital. So if we talk about expanding capital, that can be either through money or very short bonds that we can either repo or will be to sell them on the market with a small discount. That is still not a priority option. The high priority option for us is the money option. There are other mechanisms used all over the world, and it's state guarantees. Unfortunately, Ukrainian law, and the budgetary code in particular, speaks of state guarantee that can only be issued through loan commitments by companies with banks, working with banks. So we have to amend the budgetary code and to provide the Ministry of Finance the opportunity to give state guarantees for debt emerging as part of the credit agreement with ECA. So of course that such guarantees should be limited on regress, because in insurance case to collect 100% of debt is almost impossible. So that's why we have to regulate it in the budgetary code. We talked about this already many times with different stakeholders in our country. It is supported or unsupported in some, but I think it's a matter of time. And as well as we initiated and promoted for more than a year amendments to the laws implemented in 2022, which allowed us to relaunch the ECA. Thank you. Then it's a question to Dmytro Kiselyevsky. Dmytro, are you with us online? Give us a sign if whenever you're online. So I readdress the question to you, Volodymyr. So there was a proposal to the budget, 3 billion to include the capitalization, but because of the circumstances, they were not funded. So what do you see realistically? We can, of course, hope for donors to help us in some way or another, and you are doing the negotiation with them. How realistically you can see additional capitalization? And what's the realistic time limits? Till when can we count on that? So the banking sector can see that this is a good perspective, and they should offer products to help the real economy sector with the exports. As you know, that together with World Bank, the government is now doing the DNA 3 assessment, or rapid damage needs assessment. And in private sector, we raise we understand that it's a complex process, the rapid damage needs assessment. Because we understand the budgetary support, and we discussed that with international donors and partners. But the question from our side is asked as RDNA, as work on Ukrainian facility plan, where we see support of export export in ECA supporting that wherever it's needed, and so cooperating with donors and IFIs plays a key role here. And just as Taras was telling us, and Dmytro Kiselyevsky was telling us, capitalization through engaging investors is what we need to work on parallel. And as for the horizon, time horizon, it's hard to say. It's a process that has to lead to some results. We understand that it's not 2-3 weeks, but how do you feel? I know. I'm not expecting exact answer. I think it's about year 24-25. I was approached by several questions, so I will readdress them now, and then we have some 27 minutes for this discussion. There was the following question. On one hand, there are companies that are even before an invasion shipping equipment to Belarus, and now they can't collect their money, foreign currency. And the customs, the foreign currency control says pay 50% of fines for using this currency. So theoretically, ECA insurance could have helped if the companies who insured their risk of failure to collect, and it happened through various circumstances, if during the payment of 82% of exports would cover the foreign currency control, everybody would run into it because it resolves the real problem. But it's not there. So the question is, it's possible? Is it realistic? And how could you collect your money from Belarus if the company is not against paying? But how to avoid such cases? Can we count that this foreign currency control can be registered automatically if they really didn't collect, so that ECA police would work, but then the foreign currency control would be lifted? It's a question to Ruslan, maybe. It's a national bank. Yeah, there should have been a national bank. I so much wanted to ask this question to national bank, but they're not here. Yeah, it's a question to National Bank and Taras Kachka. But I will comment that it's a real challenge. It's a real problem. We've been discussing that for more than 2 years, maybe. And the problem is that what Ruslan has already described. From Ukrainian company, they didn't pay, but we paid, according to agreement that was insured by us. We reimbursed some money within the insurance policy, but this sum of money doesn't close the foreign currency control for this. So he can not collect that money and will not be able to collect that money because the property rights are on us, our side, after they registered delayed reimbursement. But they have to bring that foreign currency according to the tax code. So half of that collected money will be paid for as a fine. I think it's a nonsense, a little bit. And both businesses and us and the National Bank basically supports the idea to resolve it the following way. From the moment that the reimbursement of some money within the insurance agreement is happening, that is the foreign currency commitments are closed, are paid for this amount. If you have 1 million worth of goods, so we insured 850,000. So you should have collected 150,000 as a prepayment, advance payments. That's not a problem if you have it. 850,000, it's our commitment. If you didn't collect prepayment, you will be liable for tax authority for that amount, $150,000. So we advise to our customers all the time, take at least some prepayment, preferably 15% advance payment. There is a draft decree of cabinet of ministers that does resolve this question. There is a position of the National Bank. I think they have to do a couple of steps, like 10% of the whole process, in order for the government to decide. After that, National Bank will pass their decision.
Цей валютний контроль після отримання
And the banks will be able to regain this foreign currency control after the ACA works out with them. And that explains the fact, I think 90% of our portfolio is in insuring loans. And if we had this issue resolved, we could have significantly increased support volumes in insuring foreign trade agreements. The Chamber of Commerce is here, everybody's here. So what has to happen for the government to pass the decision? The government has to pass this decision. That's a short, as Kissinger said, whom do I call in Europe to resolve this? So Vladimir, you're probably the only participant here that has anything to do with this. Should we count on that, and how we should count that the government passed the decision? You want to ask how I feel, probably. Yeah, you feel my question. So tell us, what do you feel? Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it's, again, more to Taras Kachka. I will, of course, ask for his feelings. Yeah, thanks. So, based on this feelings, we will publish some information on our website, the way we feel. So there was a number of questions. But they write in WhatsApp that I should that I must keep reading the questions. Yeah, you know, you should ask your questions, not me reading. I'm Oleg Anchuruk from group of companies Ecosfera. We're manufacturers of juices and different resources for food products. We've talked about the processing industry. The lady said that in order to sell something expensive as a product, you have to be in that shop. You have to go directly to that shop. And many of us buy Italian goods, cheeses, wine. And you know, the thing is that Italians travel a lot. They build their communication with customers. It turns out that the state of Italy compensates them 50% of these business trips, and they keep traveling. I understand that maybe we have DIA business, thousands of euro of investments. Does the state have similar programs with Italy? Who do you ask? The state. That's an interesting question, but I think let's see the budget. I think we should look at the Italian experience. If you could tell us more about it, we can talk about it. I don't know how they do the business trip reimbursement in Italy, but you know, in Ukraine, how prioritized it is right now, I don't know. Let me help the government to answer. Be an advocate. You know, in Ukraine, even now, they do work, and the Export Support Office can second that. They have grants, and from local communities. From Khmelnytsky City Council, they use this. With Turkey, they compensate for businesses from Khmelnytsky who trade with Khmelnytsky vendors, and so they represent Khmelnytsky on the foreign exhibitions. They compensate some of them. There will be a panel discussion today with Khmelnytsky Oblast. They will talk about budget. You have to understand that state budget is spent for defense, but there's local self-governance. You know, not only stadiums they can build, they can do something smart as well. There are options. So if your community doesn't have something, learn from others' experience. I would like to second what Vladimir said. We should look at the budget. It's hard to. We're constantly communicating with the Italian trade agency. We know how the voucher mechanism works. It's a great thing, really. We're using that with EBRD for specific events abroad.
They reimburse either the pot or fully reimburse the trips for Ukrainian companies' representatives if they want to go abroad. And it was mentioned as well that regional administrations have the voucher programs. Not all, unfortunately. Before the full-scale war, we had conversation with Lviv administration, and some of them actually promote business to take part in international fairs, be presented elsewhere and reimburse a part of expenses. And it's not just like a business trip. It may be like certification process, adapting the products to local markets. These are interesting tools, and we work with that. Unfortunately, today it's implemented only with international donors or technical assistance projects. We have here today one of the panels on regional tools, and definitely Serhiy Hembel from Lviv region will tell us about vouchers for reimbursement. Therefore, it exists. It's just not at the level of national budget, but the regional administration is trying to help exporters. May I add? Yeah. I wanted just to mention that there are not only two sources of funding for our exporters to participate in foreign international events, their money or the state money. Just to support Ruslan's statements, quite a huge number of our international partners reimburse it to members of Ukrainian delegation. A majority of expenses or all expenses. I just want to give you an example. We reached consensus with one of the Latvian partners. We now have the third delegation prepared. Two first were about the furniture production and timber production, now the textile industry. If partners' market is interesting in your products, then some share of the resources they will pay to reimburse the expenses of our delegation. If it's a problem, but what am I leading to? If you go to our chamber events systemically, if you use the platform,
інформаційних ресурсів, там завжди є
if you use our info resources, we always update the information and give the announcements for the nearest future and all the requirements. Please, we'll find an opportunity, I guess, to present your products abroad as well. I can add as well. I can announce. Together with the Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine and other partners, Polish and German partners as well, we are now members of consortium, winning the project of European Commission, 3.7 million euros, total number of vouchers to reimburse that. Soon, this will be announced and this will be launched for 2 years, now last. Participating companies can reimburse. Yeah, that's like an advertising. Okay, good. Good. Now, okay, I have a question to you. I'll read it. Today, in fact, in introductory word, we heard that banks have to be more active and optimistic when it comes to real economy funding because they undercrediting, according to statistics. In Czech Republic, in Poland, and Turkey, it's much higher. Yes, our real economy is undercredited. Banks said that it's quite often a problem of reliable projects. We don't have that type of business that can fund the things. We have the experience of working business in banks. Where is the truth? Is it harder to work with whom? Can we find a consensus? Maybe we speak different languages. How to unite those who have the money, those who need the money. Finally, the match. To get the full match and for business to be invested, for those to provide the money, to make this like profitable, and finally invest in Ukrainian economy. I think it's in the middle as always, the truth I mean. We can say that since the start of the war, full-scale war, banks lost many, let's say, reliable clients. Fewer of these, but we can't say these just are missing because we analyze the clients' portfolios, and if we speak about individual insurance or foreign business activity insurance, we can see that we have viable clients. The question is that banks always want to these clients to be more of those, yeah, to have more of those. Respectively, the current situation does not allow us to find that number of clients, reliable clients. So, MOE, I think it's my feeling. This will be the key word of the panel, the gut feeling. We want banks to credit more as much as they can because we have this habit of saying banking money is like the blood for the vessels, you know? So I say it's in the middle. Banks are giving credits. Reliable clients get the money. These exist. I know businesses who even demonstrated some growth. They find new opportunities, reorienting in businesses. Before that, they had only internal market and focus. Now they had found an opportunity to go abroad. So we can't say that someone's right, someone's wrong. Issue is how to build relations with those clients, reliable clients, acceptable clients that we have, how to grow and help those, nurture those who have difficulties. For them, in future, to become reliable, okay? Increase their reliability.
Пиво, кажуть,
On beer advertising, they say maybe the best beer in the world, maybe the best administration had in Ukraine. It's my personal impression. That man told that 579 program that gives a chance to grow for, let's say, the white business, transparent business, you can get some cheap money. It's much more, it's much better to take cheap money than to optimize taxes. So it's like a call, a statement, you know? If we corporatize the individual entrepreneurs, individuals, show the transparent income, it's easier to get credits. It's a call for business. We have the money. Come out from the gray zone. I read the chat and there was a question about the trade funding. That we don't have that kind of funding in Ukraine. Ukreximbank colleagues, we have Dmitro Tsvik, Sergey from Pumb, Ukrgazbank. I've seen Andrei Romanov, Gennady. So, Natalia Budkova Vitvitska, yes, from Ashutbank. Handling the trade funding. So it exists in Ukraine, and this is the alternative tool for funding your financing agreements. I'll just give you an example. For me, the biggest public source where I can get the statistics from, at least some statistics, on some bank is Facebook of Hennady. Yeah, Hennady's Facebook page, yeah. I read the question, I found his Facebook, and I found the answer. So in September, his department had 2.9 million hryvnias of agreements in total, the cost of agreements. So maybe this is a tool just for the big companies. But the smallest one for 1.5 thousand, 1.7 million is the largest agreement. It's for different clients. So the range is there. If we say that for banks, there are not enough of reliable clients to credit, there are other tools to fund your activity, like trade funding, grant programs, and grant programs. By the way, during the war, we have so many grants, we've never had that before. State, regional, international, like a whole pool. If okay, I remember last time we had the need to analyze the structure, because when they told that we only give money to big companies who already are funded, we saw that in ECA insured cases, micro and small businesses, not so many of big ones, the tiny share. So take credits for your contracts, 579. It'll be cheap and affordable. We have 10 minutes. Just with your gut feeling. Maybe your question must come to the surface. Raise hands. We have someone. We have 2 hands. I think that would be enough. Alexander Довгань, Південний Банк. I have a question to Ruslan Gashov. Today we spoke a lot about credit insuring, and this is a good thing. It's a serious, like, portfolio, big one. Contract insuring, you spoke of the problems. Tell me, please, why guarantee insurance doesn't work, the product that you have. We actually have the product, and if you give a request for that, we will insure the guarantees. It's clear, but the pool of banks is there. Nobody does that still. What is the reason? First of all, we insure limited number of guarantees. Advance payment return guarantee, for example. The number of advance payments given by foreign companies to Ukrainian ones lowered since the full-scale invasion started. Nobody wants to give advances, even the smallest one. Everybody wants to get 100% post payment. The number of those guarantees is lowering substantially in the banks. Again, if we have these, we will insure. Now we have, I think in December we'll make a decision on insuring the first guarantee. We had to get this first insured guarantee like in the end of February 2024 with the really great project with Kherson State plant called Palada. Sorry, 2022, not 2024. But we had the war, so the plans just changed, no agreement. We're open for guarantee insuring, and we have other tool insuring guarantees on debt liabilities. If clients come to you and tell that we need a guarantee, 100% of this to be considered. For us, this is not a problem. The problem is why banks don't have certain number of requests for that type of product. But this is not to me. I can even add a competitive advantage to that type of insurance. If we insure the credit for like 85% but 100%, it's the ball is in your hands. Just yeah. And another hand, please. The last one. Olesa Gnitko, Integrity's law firm. On behalf of our industry sector, I'd like to speak of the policy, stimulation policy. Ukraine is a big hub for various accessories to be produced for primary and secondary markets, respectively. The state policy of stimulation for that high value added products, it's more for the ready-made products, but it doesn't work well for constantly adapting production. These prohibitions or schemes of these innovative productions, it's not in the legislation, it's not there. If you take the higher level, the R&D centers relocation to Ukraine, it's unjustified from the company's point of view, because the prohibition for payment, various goods and services, various activities, third parties, when some new technology is produced, you need to engage so many, sometimes unexpected things. With our currency regulation and strict schemes of customs clearance, it's hard. This whole thing goes to export. What would you answer? What would you recommend to people who complain? What is the question? Because it's too hard. State policy to stimulate innovative production. It sounds like a statement, it's not a question. Okay, I will comment. Thank you. We have a couple of tools for SMEs for innovative production. 579. If we speak about the processing segment, and it's about increasing the limit of funding. Then, international programs allowing to get a credit pledge-free in banks to launch the production, including the non-bankable projects related to innovations and solid liquid pledge. This is something that businesses may face. Then industrial parks and establishing, bringing residents to those parks, getting the support from the state and from local budgets. How to launch the production in these parks. Tax-free regime for 5 years. So this whole thing is the ecosystem Mr. Kisilevsky mentioned. This is the ecosystem. This is how we launch the innovative production. From your statement, I formulated the question. If we speak of R&D, it's about intellectual. It's about intellectual copyright, protecting those rights. So when we speak about our perspective, the ECA perspective, we quite often are asked about goods, but we also ensure export of services. So some designs, research results, you might actually insure that risk. Not so often it's asked, but we have the option. All those services and activities can be insured as well. And also activity performance, because you can get credits for contracts. For some activity to be requested and performed, like in IT, you need to have a lease, people to sit somewhere, to write a code, generate a product, then sell it. Energy supplies, their expenses, and theoretically that can be funded, not with your own money, but with engaged money, and this is beneficial. We have the tools. The one who wants to find, he finds. Our panelists knows where to go if we can help. So I think that all the questions are done. We're done with all. Okay, grab those guys elsewhere. At lunch, I will not take you away from lunch. Hungry people can be vicious, and they actually, I don't want to get some butt hurt today. So thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause. Enjoy. So first, this was the Exporter Summit made by Forbes in Ukraine. Then Mr. Chizhikov from the chamber organized the forum, and let us work right now for us to truly create an impact on decision making. So I invite all the panelists right now to this place, this wonderful stage. Maria Stefanishin, director in Kormotech company. Yulia Dankova, financial director in Met Invest Group. Oleg Honcharuk, Ecosphere company managing partner, one of the biggest juice producers. Maxim Voitovich, Terra Food owner. I guess Maxim should not be even introduced. He took part in the Forbes Summit, so he always can tell us something interesting, Terra Food. And yeah, he can tell us about the problems, and I hope we'll get some solutions. Today, Ruslan Hrabar, co-owner in Accord, director in Accord Import Company. Furniture production, so yeah. And I would love to start with one question for all, okay? To identify the roles. The key roles will be given right now in this hour to you. So I would like each of you briefly, a couple of minutes, please characterize your company. All of you, characterize, describe your pains and challenges while you're here. Okay, so what should we raise today and what solutions should we generate? Briefly, please, because then we will have actually the discussion itself. Yulia, let's take turns. Yulia Dankova, financial director of Met Invest company. A little bit closer with the mic, that's much better, thank you. So, financial director of Met Invest company group. We're a steel company, steel producing company, a young company, 17 years old. But in our company, we have plants who are more than 100 years old. So we are young, but also an old one with experience. So just to understand the scope. In 2023, within 9 months, $1.3 billion of currency income. In the foreign trade balance of the country, 11 billion hryvnias of taxes, 2 billion in our locations: Zaporizhzhia, Kamensk, Kryvyi Rih, Avdiivka, Pokrovsk. Every sixth person in the company is in armed forces right now, serving more than 8,000 people currently. When we speak about the currency income, we have the potential, export potential, it's even doubled if we compare with the pre-war situation. So, we're so interested in developing the export potential, sharing experience. Since the beginning of full-scale invasion, we had to dramatically revise and change our logistic chains, supply chains, and all the schemes, because the key algorithm we used is maritime export. Now we have the inland and the road export. So we were learning how to export properly with railways, long distance transportation, I mean, via the EU ports. Ports of the countries we border: Gdańsk, Świnoujście, Constanța, Galați, and Burgas. At first, the logistics reached 6-7 times more than we had. Then we became more effective. We helped ourselves and the state because we were eliminating these traffic jams at borders. We wanted the supply to go faster, so we keep constant communication. we try to be even more effective. When in August, the state gave us an opportunity for this temporary corridor, the big Odessa port, so we're very optimistic about it, and we really do believe and we have faith and we hope that this will be a great leverage for us to raise the export potential. What is your question to state? What is your concern? Objectively now, what is the most important question? Even more than secure Black Sea export, what is more important? To raise the the Black Sea export, how to raise the currency income. Yeah, and this is the most important one. Yeah, we have to work a lot in it. Not even temporary, but it must be, of course, safe, permanent. We need to have this constant opportunity for the vessels to be insured, for vessels actually to move, a chance to cooperate with financial institutions to get money not after the Bosphorus, is passed, but as we previously had it when the uploading was happening. So huge spectrum, because an important step is done, but we have to move further. Oleg. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to be present at this wonderful event with you, where we can see that business, banks are uniting, and the state, of course. We all have the same goal, developing export. What is export? Sales. It's about sales. We'll want to sell the goods. I'll tell about us first. Ekosfera company group, we produce juices. We're not the leaders of the market, but maybe, Soki Ukrainy brand, Добрий ранок brand. And our competitors are Sandora, Vitmark, and we're the third in the market. We've been there for 20 years, and highly competitive juice market. And we also produce mineral water, Carpathian mineral water, and the key export goods that we sell is commodities, the resources. We all sell that. And the key request to the state, selling not just the commodities. It's a low value added, but sell something more expensive, more valuable, like goods we put on the shelves, Maybe we have producers of oils, You understand that it's much harder to sell bottled oils, but when we sell it in bottles, it's on the shelf already. It takes the place, the niche, it's sold. We have to build communication, which will allow us to create this stable money flow. That's actually, that is the task of any Ukrainian business. Create the money flow in neighbor countries, Romania, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia. Why these countries? Because logistics is like simple. This border blockage will dissolve. We know it's there still, but it's a lose-lose situation, I know. But if we as a country located next to one of the biggest markets, if we learn to produce the products which may be competitive and popular there in the markets, we'll have another country, we'll have another level of income. Look at Italy, look at Greece. Italian wine. Okay, who bought Italian wine recently? Greek olive oil. Okay, whatever. So it's just an example. So they somehow established the export. They had forums. They organized the funding. The state was helping. That is how, and I think we have to pass the same, pave the same way. So I want us all to do that. Oleg, a clarifying question. Export, the share of export in your income, 10%, not much. What are the goals? In 2023, with the commodities, I think we'll add like up to 20-30%. We'll add. I feel that we are exporting the resources, concentrated apple juice, I mean, that's what I mean. But we haven't done that when it comes to end consumer, because we have traders and we have and consumers. So in 2023, we now finally have the funding, we'll be able to do more. We're not selling all the concentrate, yeah? Not all is consumed by us. We made more, produced more. In 2023, I do hope that we will reach up to 30%. It's still the processing season. Apples, still, well, when it's sunny, we have apples, then we process. So early to say. Maybe in 2024, we can tell you maybe 30%. In a year, we'll meet. Okay, we'll talk. Yeah, sure. Maria Stefanishin, Kormotech. So good afternoon, colleagues. I'm so glad to be here with you. Kormotech company is Ukrainian family business, Ukrainian company. The first one in Ukrainian market started producing not the foodstuffs, but food products for cats and dogs based on international standards. And our products today are competitive not only in Ukraine, 30% of the market we have, but in more than 40 countries of Europe and Asia. Today, our brands, Optimil, Meowgov, Four Paws, you know, our friends know them very well. You know, the owners, pet owners know about these. And we currently have 3 plants, 2 in Ukraine, Lviv region, the pouches, as we call production, and dry food production, the other one. 3 years ago, I just want to stress that 3 years ago, with the help of Lithuanian government, with the help of investment from Lithuania, we managed to invest money in another 3rd plant in free economic zone, where we produce the wet food for cats and dogs. As of now, we are in the rating of 55 in top 100 of producers, of pet food producers in the world. More than 3,000 of those we have just in total. So we had this ambitious goal to reach that indicator. In future, we plan to become one of the top 30. I do hope that this will happen soon, like in maybe 3 years. The company in 2023 had its 20th anniversary marked. And within this period, the company faced 4 key global crises and national crises,
which we think strengthened our crisis management and gave us the foundation of the start of the large-scale invasion, helped us to keep growing in the subsequent months. And for the last two years, 22, 23, not only have we increased the volumes of sales, but also reached higher potential than before the war, and also invested in expanding our production capacity in Ukraine by 14 million euro. Our next stage, again, in 24-25, we're planning to build a production facility, but it's also with the support of Invest Lithuania and Lithuanian government. It's the factory to produce wet pet food. So we export to many countries. So 3 years ago, we exported in half that amount of countries. Now we've reached the indicator. 30% of our turnover is export. We're planning to increase that. For that purpose, we increase our own production capacity. We build factories. We invest in infrastructure. So our question for this event, well, to tell about our problems, what we face, because expanding exports requires additional spending, not only investing into equipment, but also promoting the product on export markets. And we would like Ukrainian government to support us, especially in critical imports, expanding the list of critical import so that we can buy or sell more of our products on the export market. That's what. Mm, well, of course, what stands in our way is too expensive marketing abroad. Yeah, I think we all have problems with this. But here, let me remind you, there are QR codes here, and you can get to the Telegram chat created for this event, and you can ask questions to the panel participants, because the whole Ukrainian economy is represented here. Metallurgy, processing, agricultural processing, wood processing. So it's a unique company here. And we have Mr. Kashev returning to us. I suggest you listen to our guests here. Is there anyone from the government? No? Everybody went to work in the government, because the issues we raise someone has to communicate it to them. Because you can throw money at problems, but you can also do something more to develop business and for the customer pool to grow. So Maxim, hello everyone. Group of companies, Terra Food, and we are in the dairy. We are the leaders in Ukraine exporting. We have 5 factories, each with specialization. We reached 70 countries before the war. Now it's about 45 or 50 countries. But we lost them not because of distrust, but because of logistics. We lost Africa because the delivery price tripled. Spain, it's going to be more expensive, but logistics is cheaper. So, Ferma, Белолиния, Premium, Gold Reserve, Tulchinka, you probably know about it. Export is Maslo Ferma. It's sold in US, Europe, Israel, Middle East, China, Asia. So we work with all the continents. We always look forward. There will always be challenges. There will be new challenges. But if nobody does something, anything, the problems will persist. We before the war we drive unique vegan products. We won many awards in many countries. So we are in the focus of interest. We are the leaders, and we're also sharing experience with the competitors. And we, we are Ukrainian businesses. That's why we need to correct our competitors, not to stop them, but to properly communicating. Because through lack of education and communication, they can negatively impact the image of Ukraine as a supplier. And we want to also help our competitors. Whenever they ask, we always give them some hints so to do what can be improved to because business is not sprint, it's a marathon. Of course, the life has changed for us in February 22, but for the world, not much has changed. Everything's the way it was before. So Ukraine has to understand that nobody is changing the world for us if we don't change. So it's our call to think how to be better. And of course, it's not something new that we invent when we do reforms. We use the standards of developed world. So I hope, just as other countries, successful countries, look into supporting businesses and thinking how to help them, just as well, Ukrainian government and the authorities should wake up every day thinking, how can I be helpful to Ukrainian businesses? And I'm hopeful they're doing that. I'm optimistic, maybe. So, how much export do you have in your turnover? 20, 30%. What are your midterm goals? Just as we had 7 years ago, to focus on value-added products, because we've been, if it's a commodity, we don't sell expensive commodity. The part of commodity is decreasing. It's much smaller now than our other colleagues, let's say. Diversification, of course, we are the only Ukrainian manufacturer of dairy who have the whole category. Milks, cheeses, oils, butter. So we're not only for expensive segment. Are you going to increase your part of export? We're going to increase it. We want to increase it. Right, so group of companies Accord. We are a family company. Most successful companies are family businesses. We started from 2017, expanding to the international markets. And currently, 2023, we are one of the biggest exporters of furniture, whole furniture, and we are part of the biggest 30 European furniture producers. Each year we are expanding from 80 to 100%. Even despite the problems in our country, we have grown by 100%. We will have that result by the end of the year. So one of our biggest customers is Yusk. We are the biggest suppliers of furniture for Jusk Europe. As soon as the war started, almost every month we were anticipating the contract to be terminated. Well, we made everything possible to keep Jusk in Ukraine as a buyer of furniture. And with all these blackouts and conscription, we have increased the turnover with Jusk by 100%. What is the part of exports in your portfolio? 98%. Right, let's then start talking to you about funding. How to increase exports by 100% by the second year of the war. So what kind of funding you need? Well, we have a great partner, Raiffeisen Bank. They cover all of our needs. But one of the needs, if we want to keep growing, we need insurance of investments, new investments. Not only for foreign partners that enter Ukraine, but for Ukrainian investors, because insurance, if there's no insurance, you can't plan a new development. We are ready to build new production facility, to drive export, to increase it by 80%, even more. But one factor that we still have no insurance against the war-related risks. So Raiffeisen is ready to fund floating capital, but investments too. But it's for us. You know, you understand that something may happen, but you don't have insurance against that. Right. So let's. Well, as Ruslan said about insurance, and come back to exports through Black Sea, insurance of vessels in Black Sea is a very important thing. Announced changes by National Bank, but at the moment we haven't read it enough. It's only for grain contracts or for everyone contract. Okay, thank you. Next, repeated customs clearance. If we go through some European countries and we believe that you gotta look at the computerized transit system and join the European initiatives of this computerized, yeah, it's a question to customs, yeah, and understanding of the Polish government and EU, as well as for what Ruslan said. So expanding the list of export codes that the agency supports, and engaging the groups of goods of high non-commodity part, as well as in the previous panel we were talking about certification. And if we go to a number of other countries with exports, then whether Ukrainian certificates will be accepted, as well as helping certification in other countries. So you almost answered my second question, because I wanted to talk about non-financial aspects. Well then, in terms of funding, we're quite big, and we organize the funding system, engaging our trading non-Ukrainian companies, and also work with Raiffeisen Bank and other Ukrainian and foreign banks. But our consumers in Ukraine who are export-oriented, small and medium businesses, we would like them to get funding too and be able to export their products and have a stable income. Then we also will be protected as suppliers, and it will facilitate more foreign currency. What can Mr. Hashev do to help you? Well, coming back to Quedcoms, they can control what kind of support is needed, and of course, next year there will be review of different European documents and world documents regarding relations with Ukraine. Most probably, Ukraine will continue the dialogue about EU membership. And it's also the question of protecting Ukrainian exporters. It's a very thin and sensitive question. Mr. Hashev has to be very diplomatic to support Ukrainian manufacturers and not to lose position of Ukraine as a country that joins new agreements and reviews old agreements. After we go through this financial part, from your resume, what you've heard, and what do we have to resolve this question? Maria Stefanishina, I'd like to ask her because Kormatech is basically a European company with powerful production base in Lithuania, which is going to increase. If we compare experience of investing of capitals, production capitals in Lithuania and Ukraine, what would you advise to our public officials? What do they have to keep in mind to at least be not worse than in Lithuania? As I said before, 3 years ago we built a factory in Lithuania. Before that we were trying to find location in Ukraine and European countries, but you know, ambassador in Lithuania has come to us saying they have great tools for us to be able to invest, and Lithuania is ready to help us with that in finding a proper location, preferential land tax. Lithuania has a number of free economic zones available, and so our factory, which has been working for years, we only pay 30,000 euro per year for land, and Invest Lithuania has given us 10% of cashback from our first investment, plus we don't pay 15 years we are exempted from revenue tax. The current new investment, when we enter Lithuania, we already have had negotiations with Invest Lithuania and government. They have increased our ratings. They compensate 20% cashback from investments. And for 20 years, we don't pay revenue tax. So to compare, we know how factories are built in Ukraine and how in Lithuania. Lithuania is probably one of the countries in Europe that gives such preferences to attract foreign investments in developing their infrastructure. This is an interesting case. What about financial tools inside the country? What are your wishes? Kormatech for 20 years, as I said, we're in the market 20 years, and we started building a free economic zone 20 kilometers from the border. There was free economic zone, which in 2024-25 is about to be closed. No, due to 2004-2005, we didn't use any preferential treatment. So if we talk about investments, we need some kind of program so that investors have interest to invest in Ukraine. Second thing, it's not being talked about, but everybody's thinking about. We say about foreign investments into Ukraine, but the government, I think, doesn't do anything, doesn't prepare any foundation for the foreign investors to be interested to come in here. As an option, we all know that payment dividends for non-residents and foreigners is banned, and extracting foreign currency is banned. So if the government would help and facilitate and would provide this case as a guarantee that the foreign investors can collect their money, their interest, their assets, that would create a way out of the situation. Right, thank you, Oleg. So the tools you need. Thanks to partner bank, Ukrgas Bank, we have enough tools. The But money is just paper. You know, you got to create value. There's no golden standard anymore. There's nothing that makes money valuable in itself. You have to use the money for something useful, for value. If you don't use them for value, they disappear. So banks did their part of the job. Now the businesses have to do their part of the job, and the state has to do their part of the job to helping the businesses with business trips, with consultancy, with legislation, how to create value-added products for the market. So it's more consultancy, it's more support, more specific things. Funding is there. I'm saying about our. I say so in October you received loan 3.5 million euro with from ACA. Is that right? Yeah. The money is available. There's enough money for us. I'm talking about us. What we need is money is responsibility. What we need is create the kind of funding schemes that allow you to pay interest. So our company, not only our company, needs support and maybe guidance from the colleagues who've already been successful in the market. So banks did everything they had to do, and now it's our turn. If the government will help, then okay, but if not, we'll do it ourselves. So what you need is some information about the markets where you want to expand to. Yeah, better understand the rules of the game, because right now there's a rule that you're not necessarily should write Ukraine manufacturer on the food packages sold in Europe. They don't like made in Ukraine. So what are the legal consequences of that? If we design some kind of packaging like that. Packaging is investments. We already done it. It's a big investment. So we need consultancy, we need guidance, and it's out there, available on the markets where we're planning to work. So we have everything we need, basically. The money is available, there's energy, and if somebody will help us, right, what are the financial tools, additional financial tools you need? Yeah, there are financial tools. It's great, and thank you for, like a year ago when we started talking about it, Export Credit Agency and MTB Bank for trusting us to show that it really works. Why it works? Because when you only work on advance payments, you are limited by pool of customers you can work with. But when you start working with companies who have Procter & Gamble, Nestle, and Philip Morris in their portfolio, to giving them delayed payment, it's not benefit for them. We already have 180 days. We can do 90 days for you, no question. But the question is that who's going to pay for that? Either you take it from floating capital, or they have access to cheap funding. And it was easier to do before the war, but if our government would cooperate more to decrease the risk level as an image. We are helping that as businesses. We're showing that we are growing. We have no bad cases, but we need to create more efficacy for financial instruments and their availability. So now we work with short-term funding for trading, a month or two. And if they can be cut by 5% annual, it's going to be a big progress. We as a businesses We're happy to help. We're ready to bear all that and to improve Ukrainian image as a good partner. I remember back in 2017, like the biggest Dutch company we signed a contract with, and they were talking about prepayment back in 2016. They were saying, so your rating is on level of Afghanistan and Somalia. If we start giving you loans, our rating starts falling. We get more risks, we get more better, so we don't work with you. Or you do some delayed payment for us. So it's not Ukraine leaving or providing delayed for their partners and clients. It's Ukraine approaching world standards, and they are increasing. Like right now, we think that 180 days is a big long-term contract. For them, they've been working with that like that for years. They already have it. So it's not a problem for them. And the distribution is either state or the banks. So you want a cheap trade funding? Is it for banks or those who have to provide some subsidies? You know, banks will not give it to you cheaper than the money they attract. It's the state has to do. The state, the bank, and the vendors.
Then I would love to pass the floor to Mr. Gashev, maybe for him to reflect upon this. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to start with a statement of Ruslan that we need to have the insurance and state for internal investment. This issue can be settled after the president signs the 1915 draft law, and it actually stipulates that we'll be able to reinsure the internal Ukrainian investment in Ukraine. Because do we have the money in budget? No, but the level of free capital that we actually have right now, and gradually we are releasing the volumes when we complete the current insurance agreements. With the current capital, we can run the first iteration, and then when we prove it works, then we will have some logical request for increasing the capital. The tool is there is demand, no reason to refuse. Or the state then should say that we don't need the tool, but then why we have the law? Respectively, I think that after it's published, there are certain deadlines, how much the cabinet, national banks should spend to enlist the risks, handle the regulations, and in some short terms, we will design and present it to public the first product. If you have this problem now, we can actually start testing the implementation of the product, how it works in practice, from the standpoint of investment. When it comes to the code extension, Yulia mentioned that. I'll give you just an example that the law, the law adopted in 2016, by the start of 2022 was in effect. So it told that we can work with 16% of the nomenclature codes. The vessels, the aircraft, so a limited scope of products. We then got response from the banks. We don't have those clients to sell aircraft, or like we have to extend the code nomenclature. In March 2022, when we had the full-scale war, we extended the nomenclature of codes by 45%. Those you can work with. Definitely not all codes are in the law, not all of them, but we had an alternative proposal. Then MPs disagreed for the martial law plus 6 months to allow to ensure everything, like no limitations for the codes when the war is there, plus 6 months after. MP said no. I guess
Цю дискусію треба
for us to launch this discussion, we need to have this request from specialized business associations to MPs that this is the need. If you say that there are products with high added value, with enough of processing capacity, I'm pretty sure that this code will be in the applicable law. So I want you just again to check. On the website, we have a plugin. You can put the code and it will give you the answer if it's supported by the ECA or not. We will check. Yes, we'll check. There is a bunch of products of a bunch of codes for steel products with high added value, but the codes, these are structured. When it comes to steel and metal products, well, just the pipes and metal products, like, just the pipes. Okay.
Юля теж озвучувала.
Another thing mentioned by Yulia, the grain corridor, not the grain, the maritime transportation. So under this new agreement on lower insurance cost, it will not work just for the grain, purely for the grain. The agreement does not tell us like what is transported. It has to be Ukrainian products, and that's it. It's not limited with codes, and by the way, those codes mentioned in the law, in Article 8, these do not cover the agreement. So you can bring everything, basically. There was a question about trade funding. I think it's not to me, Hennady is looking at me. I think it's more for the banks. The banks will not credit it to make it acceptable for our Procter & Gamble suppliers. There must be a subsidy. So you don't think it's not in the zone of your focus. Subsidizing, no. These may be state programs like 579, where we reimburse certain share of cost and so on. But for big payment terms, what we heard 180 days, in our portfolio we had an agreement insured for that period. Thank you so much. And we have time for questions from the hall, but I'd like you, please, let's not steal some extra time. Very concise. A great question from Emal Bakhtare. Top 3 problems, risks in your activity you have today? Not the security related ones, okay? Just apart from these. When it comes to economic policy, economic climate, what is your biggest obstruction? Briefly, one by one. If we put the war aside, then staff issues, Many of our employees are serving right now at armed forces. How we are perceived by Western colleagues. For the rest of the world, nothing changes. They say you have a low rating, you have the war, we will not support you, so we have to work all together, improving our image as a country, as a reliable partner, and the state has to promote that. The steel industry and the mining industry, it depends on markets, the market factor. Okay, let's not invent something for you. Top 1 or 2. What is your pain? Knowledge of market, language, and equipment. English. Not so many Ukrainians are fluent. In my company, just few people. Inadequate level to build communication. It works for Ukraine. So language, knowledge, equipment. Maybe not to repeat that again. My request to government revise these 180 days for export-import operation, because when we invest in expanding the capacity, when we request tech equipment abroad, it's produced from 6 to 12 months or longer, and we always have this problem that we ask the MOE for permissions for these letters are lost, and then we have the penalties. Currency control. Just revise the critical import for services to non-residents for advertising and marketing. Without advertising, we won't get higher export from Ukraine. We won't get more of currency flowing. Just to be in the supermarket shelves, yeah, and in retail spots. Apart from what was mentioned by colleagues, so the currency volatility. So if you import and you negotiate of suspension and you have to pay twice more, that's bad. A unique, but this is hands-on from the experience of operations in different countries, Europe, Middle East, image of Ukrainian products. And it's not a bad image just because producers are bad. There is huge propaganda against us. It's there, and we can see it at forums, internet forums, when they say, yeah, Ukrainian products, we heard that you add some chemicals, like dangerous things. Moldavian, Georgian forums, we can see it. We know those who do it against us. FMCG, I mean, the food products in particular. So I don't have a solution how to fight that internationally. But these are the risks. So if you do nothing, it accumulates. In 5-6 years, it will be harder and harder for Arabic, American, European consumer to buy Ukrainian things, to choose these. I can't say that Ukrainian is better than European, but people may be just affected by the propaganda. So it's a threat. Ruslan. We can have good contracts and money, but without employees. Every day our employees are just taken, and we really try to teach some young stuff. I don't know, how many of your employees are in armed forces? On a weekly basis, 5 or 6 people are mobilized. They just put the bus where employees get off the transport. It's good that we have the conscription immunity, but it's not that fast. If it went faster, then it will be easier. Second issue, 98% of export is about borders. The throughput capacity at border crossing points. Maybe adding some narrow railways for us to make it faster. We speak a majority of companies in Europe, we speak of the millions of euros of expenses for advertising, and we can't just supply and deliver the goods timely because we have 15 days of delays. We can't cross the border. Yeah, Kormotech, by the way, opened a logistic company, warehouse company in Poland with 2 months of stock. Maybe you have to take this experience. Thank you so much. Dear panelist Ruslan, I'm grateful to you. I'd like to say that definitely it's not just about the money. We have limitations which do not allow us to increase the demand for your agency's services. I do wish you success to be the voice of exporters eventually in the government. Thank you, and I wish us all to be successful eventually. Thank you. Next year, let's have the same panel, and we'll just check what changed, how successfully the business is functioning. Deputy Head of Kyiv Regional Administration. Alena Tamanyuk. First Deputy Head of Chernivtsi Oblast Administration, and Serhiy Hamberg. Deputy Head of Rivne Regional Administration, please. Yeah. I do hope that you all will be very attentive when our panelists do present their ideas. Okay. We'll talk on what we managed to do this year, the plans for 2024 also. Regional administrations do a lot for local businesses, and we have so many programs to support relocated businesses and give access to funding, various programs, consulting. We will hear a lot about that today, and I offer us to start with a very simple question. What we managed to do in 2023, what we achieved. Alena, let's start with you. Good afternoon. Honestly, 2023 and 2022, many said, many spoke of export dynamics in Ukraine. Many mentioned that for each region, situation is like completely different. For Chernivtsi region, considering some aspects that we've heard at previous panel, in the region, we have border crossing points with Romania, Moldova, and in 2022 in Chernivtsi region, we created two new border crossing points. Now we have border blockages in Poland and Slovakia. The key transport flow is going primarily through us. So, as the previous panelists spoke of it, so we have a need to increase the narrow line border crossing point. So yeah, to explore that. This is our advantage, by the way. That's why we speak that in 2022, the region was one of top 3 regions in export growth, plus 38% to 2021 indicators. In 2023, the dynamics is not that intense, but we still grow compared to like 2022. The key advantages, we can see what we managed to do in 2023. I break these into a couple of parts. First, financial component. Another one is infrastructure. When it comes to finance, we definitely managed to create a couple of programs to support our businesses here. Relocated businesses and enterprises are supported. In particular, they have a chance to get exporters and relocated businesses can get a share of equipment cost reimbursed, bought via crediting, and getting a reimbursement of the part. For 2 months, we managed to pay the rental payment in the region. So last year we had blackouts, intense blackouts. So in 2023, we continued the program to provide reimbursement to enterprises when they buy generators and other types of equipment, focusing on exporters. Everything related to exporters in the region today, this is the priority for us. And when we design the criteria at the level of region to ensure the conscription immunity, if exporters automatically go to the list of those who have a chance to get that immunity. When it comes to infrastructure, I told you about border crossing points, and that next to us we have 2 countries. Thanks to that, we have a chance, and we had a chance all the time to invite actively foreign investors to our region. This year, we had Romanian enterprises, Moldovan, Latvian, Czech enterprises coming, and our exporters had a chance to contact in B2B format in Ukraine, because still we realized that we have the martial law, and men, unfortunately, well, they still don't have a chance to go abroad, to communicate, to establish contacts, conclude agreements, whatever, so they don't have this chance now. We established business accelerator, export catalogs are there. Everything we could do, we started from the scratch, We supported the export. Previously in the region, we never focused on that much, but it's the reality of life. It's something that we realized without the economy, actually, We can't support our armed forces. So everything related to economy is the key. That's it. Later I'll tell about 2024. Thank you so much, Serhiy. Tell us what's happening in Rivne region. You know, like in the movie, you have to change or die. Learn or die, whatever. So everything happens despite the circumstances. Like we managed to thrive. Our life is different. It has become different after February 24th. It dramatically changed, and the challenges, everybody has those, like businesses, state authorities. And I just want to express gratitude to our businesses and to both Ukrainian and regional ones, because still, despite everything, the budget incomes, they managed to increase by 40%. It's unique compared to 2022. Also, Rivne region is a bordering region, 150 km. We actually are bordering with the EU, so we're export oriented. 82% of export share. Yeah, and you can see. Well, today we spoke of the commodities that we send to export, and now we try to send more of ready-made products, you know, processed products. I want to tell about our driver, so the furniture production, because we can. Rivne region is the place where furniture is intensely produced, and 30% of the export share. It's for the furniture, 30%. So year by year, the share from the commodity to ready-made product is increasing. Seriously, despite the war, we still have foreign investment coming and entering the region. Within the last 4 years, in the furniture production, we got 450 million euros of investment. New plants, Morgan Furniture, and others. So we in the hall have the dry port, yeah, intermodal transportation, Imprex company, and they strengthened our export capacity a lot, and our goods are not just delivered by trucks, but also via the railways, via terminals and dry ports. Well, a lot of challenges, of course, but a lot is done as well when we speak about adaptation of materials, promotion, a lot of export forums, competitiveness forums. I just want to express gratitude to our partners, of course, to Rivne region, when it comes to the number of contracts, we are the top region in Ukraine, 17 contracts, 150 million hryvnias, the total cost of these. That is a huge indicator for us, I can say. And definitely our partners, the Competitive Economy Program, USAID, and GIZ, UNDP, with their help, we managed to implement export forums, School of Exporters was launched. It was really in huge demand. And we have a lot of ambitious plans as well for future. Thank you. Then we have another wonderful panelist. Tell us, please, what you managed to achieve in 2023. Thank you. Kyiv region is really different from Rivne, from Chernivtsi, of course, because we have another conditions. We had the occupation. A share of our territory was deoccupied. 2023 was a period for us to understand where we are, like in this whole environment. This was the year of recovery and restoration. We're restoring the connections, we're restoring the production, we're recovering the business itself. So I'm grateful to organizers of the forum. Thank you for calling it Export Credit Forum, because what we were doing in 2023 in our administration, establishing conditions for business registered in Kyiv region for them to engage all possible tools for their recovery. In the region, we have a lot of destroyed enterprises, many business subjects who stopped functioning, but in 2023 still we started recovering, and we have huge growth for business subjects. Comparing with 2022, plus 10,000. For us, it's an indicator, a huge one. It tells now that we have the business activity in the place. The task that we try to perform be a communication platform for potential investors and potential beneficiaries to work together and to process the investments. Still, export at the level of market, we don't think that much at the level of region, because for us to think of export, we have to grow the production. And that's what we focus on. We have the border, but our border is fully mined because it's a Belarusian border. Therefore, now we are building our logistic chains in such a way to use export potential of Rivne, of Chernivtsi regions as well, and to use capacities of logistic centers and the carriers registered in those regions. Because in Kyiv region, and you've seen that, you've known, when you go to Zhytomyr, there were so many logistic warehouses, they were just destroyed, you know? So, even when we increase the production level, we still don't have the capacities, enough of these, to ensure the stable delivery. We don't have where to store, you know, the place. In 2023, still, I'd like to stress, we wanted to launch all possible programs to ensure that investment and money is flowing to business. We are the leaders among so many governmental programs. We are actively working with 579. We were the first region in Ukraine, first of those signing memorandum with 11 banks to reimburse the interest. We have this regional program, Competitive Economy. Under this program, we launched reimbursement up to 0% of rate under 579, the criterion. We have a huge portfolio of credits. We are leaders in own business program. So many business subjects participated and we took their applications. Also, the agricultural products and agribusiness, we focus on that because smart specialization of our region is processing, food processing. Now coming to export, and we already started producing and we launched it. It's easier. Now we work on the capacities, but still we have to ensure the sales market. We use non-traditional ways, looking for partners. We use retails. Last week, I guess, we had an interesting forum with a Sean network, and they invited all our craft producers, food producers from Kyiv region, and they're ready to popularize at European markets. So in fact, we use these non-traditional communication forms of PPP to promote the products at European markets and use the capacities of retailers we have in the market. A lot is still there, a lot is ahead, and will work. And I do hope that 2024 will already become a growth stage. All right, thank you for the answer. The next question. So we heard from the previous panelists that sometimes there is no accessible information about the opportunities. People are just not aware of that. Do you have some trainings, joint trainings with donors or whatever? Consulting exporters, like a school of exporters. If you have that, please tell us how it's happening. If not, when it's gonna emerge. Alena, we'll start with you. Thank you for the question. Thank you. I'm grateful to all the partners and ECA and USAID, because truly, without international organizations launching all those forums, that would be impossible. But in 2023, definitely, we analyzed our region. We had 3 times more of communication platforms like even before the war. Yeah, so in fact, almost every week we like launch a forum or conference is held or any other events to popularize the tools of funding or grant programs, a lot of that, or directly meetings with businesses from other countries for our exporters, for our regional enterprises to have an actual chance to grow their activities.
And for the first time in this year, we've created the Exporters School, and the first results show that indeed that's the kind of activity that is in much demand. And after the first forums we organized, for the first time this year, we did the forum Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, since we border with both countries. And it's the thing that our local businesses notice that the government is doing something that they want to see from the government. So organizing communication for them. So in order to help our exporters, other than forums and exporters school, this year we will finalize the exporters catalog. And in Chernivtsi, we are now creating, we planned it for 2023, but I think it's going to be next year, January. February, when we will have export support office, because we've seen that the companies who have no experience, we've seen that in the exporter school and in the previous communication, they need to be helped with the simplest of things. That's why we create experts support office that's going to help them in everything they need. And vouchers, as we were planning in 2023, but because many support tools of different format were added, so we have added that with 2024 with the creation of expert support office. So I'm very thankful to the international organizations and the government and everybody who made it possible, so we on both regional level and the general national, we make it popular how our local businesses are doing. And currently we of course see that informing the exporters, any company in Ukraine is much more wider coverage and much more transparent. Sergey, now it's your turn. I fully agree with the colleague, because it's all about communication, and that's the kind of pivotal thing in behavior of the government. I was telling our story that on the third, fourth day of the war, together with our head of the military administration, Vitaly Koval, we got the businesses together, and there were so many people. There were about 200 of attendants, and we started, hosting evacuated businesses who were escaping the war, and this whole platform that we created was really in much demand, because nobody knew what was happening, what's the current situation, what's the war situation. You remember when there was shortage of fuel and there was start of the harvest, and those communication platforms, every week we got the businesses together, and our agenda was shaped very quickly in terms of problems. And it was great that these problems then grew into opportunities, and so businesses started, we informed businesses more about the opportunities that, as we remember today, the support from donors, Export Credit Agency, and 579. Rivne has the second place in 579, and Vlasna Sprava. And you know, we've also heard that the language education and the know-how, that should be our mantra. We have to invest a lot into education. Just recently, we did this first school of exporters, and we received a huge amount of applications. We saw that it's a great indicator. We need to continue doing these kind of schools, and even more, whenever we get businesses together, we started thinking about strategy more. We are now planning our foresight sessions, planning our future with some of our clusters. We started shaping export alliances. Just recently, we signed an export alliance with the Polish furniture manufacturers. There was a president of Polish furniture manufacturers. We did a tour on our furniture cluster, and we signed an agreement on cooperation and building export alliances. So we are now doing that together with the competitive economy program. Hopefully, this program will be very active this year. Thank you. Yeah, I second what the colleagues say, because communications is everything. It's completely second that. We're trying to learn the lessons from what we're living through, and we understand communication differently. We are not so reluctant to talk to businesses anymore, and we teach communities to also be open in talking to businesses. Vitaly Koval said one great thing. We borrowed that the contact may equal contract. So all these communication platforms that either serve the training, awareness raising, the mapping, and the subsequent steps, they're all useful. There's nothing useless in there. Wherever there's an exchange of information, it's great. So we totally support that all communication spots should exist so that you can talk between each other as colleagues, as well as cross-sectoral cooperation, and of course communities should be there, regional administrations should be there. We're also very thankful to USAID, who keeps supporting this great program, Competitive Economy in Ukraine, thanks to which we create as part of one of the components these export alliances, just as well using the industry-wide programs. So those of them who went through grants and started producing, they unite them. There are a lot of resources that they save because they help them find new markets. War, as we said, many men cannot leave country. And women are becoming more active in business. So we have this female business council at the Kiev city administration. Of course, it's very difficult to moderate this discussion, because if there's over 30 women very active, successful, representing businesses, that's hard to stop them in their creative endeavor. But the synergy effect that is created in this internal communication, the alliances, it was hard to imagine before the war even. You know, if there's at the same table there are state banks, Privatbank, Ощадbank, Ukrgaz, and some private banks. And when you meet developers, they meet developers or agricultural manufacturers, And right there, then they start talking. You know, are you gonna give me this loan? It doesn't work, or this works, that doesn't work. Risk assessment at once. It's such a powerful tool. It's scary, you know, how great communication and efficacy sometimes. So we're going to continue next year. We're going to expand this. We're going to use more. We have agreement with USAID. They support training for our economic units in the communities, because it's one thing when you're in your region, it's not that hectic, but in communities, you know, people who work in locally, they sometimes don't even know who is there, who is represented. They don't know their taxpayers, not even small, not even big, but even or small. And when we try to ask them to collect information, they say we would rather not. So one important part is training the local communities and local councils to actually talk to businesses, to hear the businesses, to communicate with them. Just the day before yesterday, we had another meeting. There was this investment work group where we discussed all the problems and challenges, and we agreed with the local Oshad Bank. They have the network, they have the product, and we've agreed that we're going to use their platform for this training. We're going to engage all the banks who work with state programs in order to invite entrepreneurs over there, and by doing so increase the business activity, because what we don't feel is how prone our society is to develop and take the risks of the entrepreneurship, because nobody gives us that data. Yeah, thank you. Before I ask to say the next question, thank you for being so open on behalf of our program. Without you, without your participation, we wouldn't be able to achieve the results we have. So thank you so much. Next question is maybe related to export credit agencies. What's the potential of cooperation of regional authorities and ECAs? That's the thing where we have some progress. We've signed a memorandum of cooperation with an ECA. We have a program. At the moment, it is still being agreed so that in 2024 we could talk about its implementation. But several regions, I remember it was Rivne, there was Chernivtsi and Lviv. It was the first three agencies that signed a memorandum, and we're talking about a program where there's going to be a partial compensation of interest rates and using the war-related risk insurance. When we just building this program, we still didn't know many things. The law currently was not, at the moment, was not working. But we continue working with ECA, and just today during the breaks, we were discussing preliminary stages so that we can talk about the full-fledged implementation of this program, and that there is an actual agreement with ECA and what the regional authorities can offer. Well, we are all about exports. If there's no export, there is no economic development. Everybody should understand this. Businesses should understand it. The regions should understand it. And we got to learn. Everybody has to learn, both the government and the businesses. And I want to thank the Ruslan Kashev because they keep informing us about these tools on every forum. And the indicators are very vocal. The first contract of ECA was a contract with Vinica. It was portfolio insurance. Right. So I was wrong. Good. But we have 17 contracts. 150 million. That's the support of ECA. And it's a great tool to support exports. We need new products like that. There was this great idea today about the internal investor, domestic investors. There's great potential there. Because, businesses are ready to do recapitalization, invest, and scale up, and open. There are relocated businesses that we have. There are businesses from Kharkiv. They left their production facility in Kharkiv, but they opened their office in Rivne. We never were pressuring them or trying to lure them. We had this direct claim from Vitaly Kovan. If you relocate businesses, keep your taxes where you came from. Please help those communities. And that was a great opinion. And since we also have a very powerful logistical component and potential, we are next to EU borders. We position ourselves as a center of competencies for exporters. We are ready to apply communication that will allow directly to communicate with businesses, find these new products that it would be possible to implement. Right, thank you. Kiev region in 2023, we were going through this period of recuperation. So I'm going to talk about the cooperation with ECA for the future. That's our first plan for 2024. I hope that the first contract in 2024 will be signed with Kiev region. We're going to work on that. We had some experience before, but not so much, because we were going in separate ways. You participated in your forum several times, but we had no memorandum cooperation. There are still no results to boast of, but we will learn from our colleagues' experience. I hope they will share what they've already learned, and we'll be moving towards growing more potential in 2024. We'll have things to export, we'll have how to export, and as Sergei said, you have to look at not only at the foreign investor, but domestic investors. Investment work group where there were private banks, and there was often mentioned that there's great opportunities of using domestic investors, but people don't understand how to insure those risks, how to engage them, what are the mechanisms, and so we're trying to work that out. And second thing we are trying to work out is regional administrations joining in, personal involvement, because it covers part of that risk that investors feel when they entertain a certain project. So it's an intuitive way of covering for risks that the war brought to purely business models. Thank you. Yeah, I think ACA will surprise us with great products next year. Let's think about plans for the 2024. What do you see your KPI for the next year? Where there will be breakthroughs or challenges that you expect? Year 24 in many aspects can be even more difficult than 22, 23. In 2022, many people expected that the war will be over soon. In 2023, everybody is clear that so far there's still a lot to do. So there will be a lot of challenges. For us, the main priorities in working with businesses 2024, nothing will change much, but the same important priorities remain. This year, we managed some successful cases to be implemented, but globally, it will have to change the whole structure of economy. In fact, we have several successful things. As I said, 80% growth export of foodstuffs, 120 or 50% growth of animal husbandry products, and in some areas, like in Chernivtsi, although it's the smallest region in terms of volumes, but the first in terms of vegetables and fruit, 17% of apples grown in Ukraine are grown in Chernivtsi region. And if you like Turkey, and of course this Turkey is also from Chernivtsi somewhere, because about 60% of that product is produced in Chernivtsi. We want to support the businesses that already built the best export potential currently, and also support those areas that made their first steps this year or first breakthroughs. So for me, I also see a strong point, but it's still from 2022. Because of the start of the war, ports started working, and with the sea blockade, with the situation in Polish border, it's a great alternative. How our grain can be redirected to European ports from regional territory, no need to reload it to a different track. Challenges and tasks that I see to help our businesses so that even those who did not start working for exports could still make their first tentative steps in 2023 and 2024. So there are some tools together with Export Credit Energy Agency. In 2024, we'll have the program starting with entrepreneurship development unit for compensation of interest rates. And we opted not just to grow economy, but export-oriented business in particular. Non-commodity based exports is our priority, and all the companies who will form the value added. So there are a lot of challenges, of course. There are a lot of tasks and objectives. Together with ECA, together with government and our donors, in 2024, we will have not just separate successes for separate companies, but the country in general will be able to break the records of 2021 and reach even higher. Sergey, everything's possible if we are in synergy, and so I have more optimism. We have a lot of faith, but it's best to create the future in order to anticipate it. And so this triangle, communities, businesses, and authorities, has to continue. And that's what we started, that's what we pursue. That's what we're going to make more effective, or try to. As we were talking about tools, the exporter school, and what we have for the next year. economic development and compensation and vouchers for supporting businesses and interest rate compensation. We will expand export alliances. We make a lot of stress on regional specifics and using the region's capacity. The war has created this impetus, and we thank our partners for strengthening the regional component. We have +1 strong Polish partner, Pomorskie Województwo, Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot, and we had some visit with the Triport for the All European Conference. I'm going to be signing a powerful cooperation document because our region is somewhere between two capital cities, Kiev and Warsaw, and we are the northernmost point before the Polish ports. So we hope that this crisis with the border blockage is going to be resolved through new Polish government, and the border will start working. But on the other hand, again, that's what's happening, not thanks to, but in spite of, is finding solutions. So for the next year, we have ambitious plans, as well as plans for ACA and our partners from USAID. Thank you. You know, the Kiev region in 2024 is not going to do anything radical. I'm conscious saying that because ruination in Kiev region are significant. Up to 28,000 objects were destroyed. Housing, social infrastructure, a lot of destroyed assets. So it's not only about recovery, but we need people. We have not much space yet for sustainable and durable solutions. People keep coming back to Kiev region. We could potentially use this resource to grow economy, but it's usually people are not adapted in the community yet, not yet integrated. It takes time for them to be active, so it takes time. So in 2024, we're not expecting any serious economic restructurization. We just can't afford it because we don't have stable factual data. But at the same time, we will continue developing Kiev region industrial parks to have the biggest number all over Ukraine, 11. We will be working on the new governmental program to support industrial parks because we see there that synergy effect where entrepreneurs help each other with everything, information, contacts, networking, and even production capacity. So we're going to be developing, growing more. Part of industrial parks have suffered because of the war, but we do have 3 very active ones. We have demand for a lot of construction materials, everything that has to do with construction. So we'll specialize on that. And what we will absolutely do is working on new international contacts and capacities. The Great Britain has just announced in 2022 that they will be managing Kiev region's recovery. So with the Department of Trade, the British Ministry of Trade, where we see Kiev region as a platform for new hub for big British companies. We also work with Southern Korea, since the president of South Korea has signed funding 2.3 billion in Ukraine. Of them, Two projects are in Kyiv region, and the Korean public companies are always followed by their businesses. So we're going to work on that as much as possible. So we're going to create everything necessary for them, but of course with the best interest of our local manufacturers to support our own people, not forgetting them. So balance is what we're going to work on, and then in January with ECA we're going to be signing memorandum with ECA.
Thank you so much. We're expecting to get some results and an interesting question to Ms. Alona. So, can we expect to have Chernivtsi Airport open when it comes to security issues? One of the safest, I guess. Yeah. This is one of the key points that promoted the economic growth in 2022 and 2023 in our region. Fortunately, we're one of the safest regions, yeah. Fortunately, that's a big luck, for us. We are not in the active hostility area, and it gives us a chance in our enterprises to relocate, share their capacities, like inside, just like in the Rivne. We were at the stage when the business was relocating. We didn't want to steal business from other territories, but it was more like, how can we help for them to recover first? Then to understand that this enterprise will not go abroad, will not leave us, because we really want our business to export, but production to take place inside the region. We have so many options that we can offer, places to relocate the business in Chernivtsi region. Even the airport. And, 30 km from us, Romanian border. So this is just one of the key aspects that we always communicate with the government and international partners, and we communicate it to them. When we speak about it's easier to start with restoring the air connection where it's closer to border, or the shorter the distance is. Of course, we're inviting more businesses to come to us if they want, because it's really important for me. When enterprises, relocated ones, and those who brought a share of their capacities in Poland, if they want to return, if they pick us or Rivne or Kyiv, any other region in Ukraine, but I want them to return here as well. Yeah, thank you for the answer. And on behalf of USAID Competitive Economy Program, I just want to tell that we will develop our component of regional cooperation, because soon we will have a new team of regional managers. So more productive and tight cooperation with you there will be. And I do hope that more results we'll get, because I'm pretty sure we'll have it. When it comes to consultations, I just want to say that, for example, we provide an opportunity under the program for exporters to join the consultations on Frontiers program. A platform joining more than 50,000 of international experts. And business can actually get any advice on how to improve internal processes in the company and so on. Soon we're about to finalize the procurement of consulting services from 5 big legal consulting companies, and business will have a chance to get free of charge consultations on accounting, logistics, international agreements, and many, many other things. Please check our website, check the updates, Facebook account as well, and LinkedIn, and we will inform you about it. We are finalizing the competition consultations on state grant programs. Help will be provided to business, communication with regional bodies, because we will additionally cooperate with economic departments of regional administrations. I'm pretty sure this will be an interesting and quite positive effect. I just want to express gratitude to all panelists for this wonderful conversation, and I'm pretty sure that the victory will be ours there at the front line and economic front. And I'm pretty sure that thanks to our defenders, And thanks to you, businessmen and businesswomen, will make it possible. Glory to Ukraine and glory Please, this is the last panel, international tools. The last panel we have was the international tools to support export. Final 45 minutes. Representatives of other states, please grab your coffees, grab your teas. Just take your seats in the hall. Okay, and we'll continue. We'll finalize this day. We'll have still the last piece, and then we'll have some ceremony waiting for us. In 5 minutes, we're about to start. Be careful.
Colleagues who are here with us today for joining us. Thank you, our online audience. This panel will be in English because the title of this panel is International Practice of Export Support in Times of Crisis. Let me introduce our panelists for today. Mr. Janusz Władyczak, CEO of Kuke, Poland.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Mr. Thomas Baum, Executive Head of Divisions and Underwriting and Risk Management, Euler Hermet, Germany.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Dr. Tetiana Chuzha, Business Development Manager, Polish Investment and Trade Agency, Foreign Trade Office in Kiev. Mr. Sherban Ginescu, Executive Director, Finance, Guarantee and Insurance, State Fund Division, Exim Banca Romanesca, Romania.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Hiroshi Maeda, Nippon Export and Investment Insurance, NEXI, Head of NEXI Paris Office, Chief Representative for Europe, CIS, Middle East and Africa region.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Mr. Martins Jansson, Senior Unit Head at European Investment Fund.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. And Ms. Oksana Cheretyana, Deputy Chairman of the Management Board, Export-Credit Agency, Ukraine. My name is Vera Savchenko. I'm CEO of BDO in Ukraine, and also I am a board member of Ukraine Recovery Committee at European Business Association in Ukraine. So, dear panelists who are online with us, let me do like a small recap of what was at our forum today. We already heard about instruments of support from Ukrainian government, of Ukrainian parliament. We heard a lot of support mechanism from Ukrainian banks. We heard 3 representatives of Ukrainian regions. And the most important, we heard representatives of Ukrainian business, of Ukrainian exporters. We heard their needs, pains, and let now deep dive into international support experience and let's bring to our discussion some international experience. So my first question to all panelists, please tell a little bit more about your organization which you represent and what instruments are available for Ukrainian exporters from your organization and or for international companies, international business, international investors who wants to invest in Ukraine and especially in the export-oriented sectors like processing industry. So let's start maybe with Janusz from Kuke.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today with you. Unfortunately online, but it's still a great pleasure for me. So in terms of my organization, which I have a pleasure to represent, Kuke is purely an export credit agency that supports Polish companies in conquering the world. So in expanding in different type of directions. So in fact, we support export like you guys are supporting your export from Ukraine. We try to support our companies in doing that type of a business all around. So in terms of the Ukrainian companies, that what we could potentially offer to them, it's first of all, in terms of trade, let's put it like that, in terms of trade, investment, or so let's put, let's say, a third pillar, even so the development or rebuilding Ukraine in such a way. So in terms of the first pillar, so trade, what we could offer, it's basically it is mainly a kind of a trade receivable insurance for the customers of the Ukrainian companies. So when the Ukrainian companies are buying some goods from Poland, we can insure that trade for the Polish companies, but meaning that we could provide the liquidity through that type of insurance to the Ukrainian companies. And that's what we were doing, in fact, already for 1.5 years. And I think we've done quite a good job in that because we've been, for majority of that time, we've been open for the Ukrainian risk. And this is something which is important, as you all know, because liquidity is the key when you're trying to grow your company. On the other hand, we could provide the guarantee of payments for our companies, but obviously the beneficial of those guarantees could be Ukrainian companies when they want to sell some goods to Poland, and then they require some type of a payment insurance on that. At the same time, in terms of investment, what we are able to offer is basically the coverage of the financing of the needs of investment needs of Ukrainian companies. So whenever the Ukrainian company wants to borrow money for any type of investment in Ukraine, and that type of investments will have a source of procurement or deliveries or services coming from Poland, we are able to offer to find the financing for that type of facilities and to ensure to cover that facility. At the same time, if the Ukrainian companies are opening the entities in Poland, we're more than happy to offer them. We treat them as a Polish companies immediately, and then we offer them full range of different type of solutions, which I'm not going to touch the base on because I think it's too much. But then it's quite a lot of them, and we are able to we're able to safely grow together. In terms of the international businesses that want to invest in Ukraine, in terms of export-oriented sectors, it's mainly we offering them, we are able to ensure the financing, which is being provided for any type of investment. We can ensure from the credit perspective, from the political risk, including the war risk, and any type of a force majeure. In that sense, we are able nowadays to insure up to 100% of that type of risks. And at the same time, the only feature that we would love to have is, again, some kind of deliveries coming from our country or services being provided or delivered by Polish company if that type of investment is put in place in Ukraine. And the minimum requirement on that is like 30%. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's continue with Mr. Thomas Baum. Can you explain more about Euler Herme and what products do you have, what mechanism for Ukraine?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As my previous speaker, Janusz, we are the German Export Credit Agency with a clear mandate to support German exports globally, and that includes, luckily and positively, Ukraine. I would like to put it in my words. Basically, Janusz has described what an ECA does. There are differences in details, but the broad terms are the same. We are offering support in two ways. Both can benefit both parties, German parties and Ukrainian parties. Number one is managing the risk of the German exporter. If trade receivables are concerned, or supplier credits, now to become a bit more technical for the experienced audience, we can cover the risk of the exporter who has a payment due, overdue, etc. And all the cover is comprehensive, includes all the risks that you can think of, and non-payment triggers the insurance compensation. Number two is facilitating long-term financing for projects in all countries, including Ukraine, by covering so-called buyer credits. These credits are basically commercial credits that are insured by the German government, hence make the pricing very competitive. The German government carries a AAA rating, and the bank receives this guarantee, this insurance, as a collateral, and that makes the financing, even in the current environment, quite competitive. Not as competitive as development loans, for sure, because they contain subsidy elements. This is not the case for ECA financing. So both options, the short-term export managed risk management and also the financing option, is available for Ukraine. In July 2023, we normalized our cover policy for the short-term trade credit, which allowed us to cover more than 200 limits, credit limits for Ukrainian buyers. They can then use this cover for their working capital financing, as Janusz has described earlier. And we have covered nearly 150 million euros since the beginning of 2023. Quite an impressive number. We are very happy, basically, our government, which provides this insurance, of course, is very happy that we could help these German companies and their Ukrainian buyers. In medium-long term, the financing option, we have a cover availability, a country ceiling of 250 million euros, which is not used today. We have not assigned a single transaction this year. This is probably the case because long-term financing CapEx investment projects are not as easy to close and to conclude these days in Ukraine. But we have put out a number of binding commitments for such financing. So banks have received binding commitments. I know it's 3 of them. One of them, we have the pleasure to also work in a reinsurance arrangement with KUKE. So we, for instance, would then cooperate with the Polish Export Credit Agency or the Italian, which is in this case SACE, and would then help a project to come to fruition. Let me say a few more words on the Ukrainian markets. Why was it possible? actually to get on with the business despite the aggression from Russia. Number one, we saw a very positive drive and very positive results in the corporate sector in Ukraine. So the audience, which I can unfortunately not see, you are doing a great job in maintaining your economy, you're maintaining your business under these very horrible circumstances. There's a great compliment coming because you also were able to provide the transparency and the financial indicators that would allow us to cover this risk is maybe point number one. Number two, a compliment goes to the National Bank of Ukraine, who has taken quite significant steps in privileging ECA-covered financing for foreign exchange regulation. Is a great achievement. I think ECA Ukraine, Oksana, you have put a lot of effort in this as well. It's a great thing, and that allows, I think, people like Janusz, myself, and the others to do more business. And number three, and not least, I would say there is a strong political willingness from the government of Germany. I think this is also for other countries, but I now put it for Germany, that they were taking significant steps to accept that this risk can be insured under ECA, normal ECA policies, which is not very, it hasn't happened before, I should say, that a country where a war takes place is eligible for cover. So I should say this as well as a great step for our government, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance. So that's my first statement. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the audience, I would say thank you for such a kind words. We really have a distinct and representative of Ukrainian business who really doing great things. I would like to say to you and to all our foreign representatives, thank you for being here and for supporting Ukraine at this difficult time and for working in Ukraine, for being with us. Thank you very much. So, Тетяна, можете, будь ласка, розповісти про ваш...
Tatiana, can you tell about your organization and actually which tools do you have to support exporters and Polish business and Ukraine and vice versa? Okay, thank you for the invitation to this conference, and it's so great to talk to Ukrainian exporters and entrepreneurs. Our organization, our Polish agencies responsible for internationalization of Polish companies. So we support Polish exporters and Polish investors. And we also support foreign investors who are entering Poland. This is our key task that we perform. According to the task of the Polish government, we are also a part of a bigger association called Polish Fund of Development. And it includes also KUKE, represented by Mr. Janusz Władyczak, and the development bank, Polish development bank called Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, and other organizations responsible for development of entrepreneurship or industrial development in Poland, and other agencies and entities and structures subordinated to Polish MOE. So, what do we actually offer? In Ukrainian sector, since the beginning of full-scale war, Ukraine has become one of our priorities. Apart from traditional activities for investors and exporters, we opened our premises 500 square meters in the center of Warsaw. We gave this location Co-work Ukraine. So it's like a co-working space that was launched for Ukrainian entrepreneurs who required temporary place to stay, to adapt, to continue their activity. And there we also have such Ukrainian center working with us for business consulting, Dia Business. In fact, still the only foreign institution in Warsaw of that type. So we have become a place where Ukrainian business is supported in Warsaw, because Dia Business and our co-working, they attract like almost all business community in Warsaw, I mean, in Poland even. So we are engaged in so many projects. That is how we have integration and establish relations between Ukrainian and Polish business. When it comes to support of investors, we are responsible, we have such network of foreign trade offices, and in Kiev we have one of our more than 70 offices. It's in Kiev, and in Ukraine, we are responsible also for supporting Polish investors who are interested in Ukraine. And we help them here to find the locations, consulting them on investment stimuli and various conditions and environments, establishing contacts with the state bodies and, of course, with local businesses. That's what we do, and that is how we cooperate with Ukraine Invest Organization. We have a memorandum signed, and we help them to promote Ukrainian investment offers in other foreign bureaus, as I said, 70 around the world. And this is also when it comes for the Ukraine support. In spring 2022, we started talking about Ukraine's recovery already and gave a call to Polish business, like if someone was interested in recovery. We started accumulating their requests and offers, and right now in our database, we have almost 3,000 Polish companies who are interested in various aspects of cooperation, including the current one, and they want to export their products, investing in Ukraine, and various types of cooperation with their potential Ukrainian partners. So this database is there. We have access. So if Ukrainian entrepreneurs are interested, they want to cooperate with Polish businesses. If they have their investment projects, warmly welcome. You're warmly welcome, please. We have the database of Ukrainian investment projects as well, where Polish entrepreneurs can invest. So you are warmly welcome for cooperation.
Thank you, Tatiana. Here's the question. In our European Business Association, there is a map of investment opportunities that we did to produce together with Ukraine Invest. Does your list of investment projects can be integrated in your map? Can they be merged? We are looking into your map. We popularize it, and we also invite you to cooperate around investment projects. Thank you. We'll do that, I think. Mr. Sherban-Ginesko.
Opportunities available.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for inviting Exim Banca Românească to this conference. I'd like to thank the organizers and say hello to all participants. Exim Banca Românească is an institution which has two different activities. One of them is a normal commercial universal bank. So from this point of view, we do provide to Romanian companies or to any foreign investors which are setting up companies in Romania the whole range of the instruments for the normal banking activity. And of course, we do know our clients in the Romanian economy, be them exporters or not, and we do have a lot of foreign companies who are investors in Romania as our clients. So we work from this point of view as a normal commercial bank. The second part of activity of Exim Banca Românească, it's basically what we do under a special mandate from the Romanian government, from the Romanian Ministry of Finance. And this is, on one hand, we carry out projects on behalf of Romania for investments, guarantees, and our export credit activity. And also we do carry out some of the projects like the state aid programs of the European Union for crises like COVID or the current Russian aggression. So also on this front we can help all the or any company present in Romania, be it Romanian or joint venture, and we do help the Romanian exporters to be abroad. As part of our activity as an export credit agency, I really do not want to repeat what Janusz and Thomas said, because basically Exim Banca Românească, like Euler Hermes, like Cuche, we are all of us ECAS, we have all the same instruments, we all operate on OECD principles, and we are, of course, members in the group in Brussels of the European Export Credit Agencies. So we do have all the instruments, both for Romanian companies to help them doing business in Ukraine, and we do have all the instruments like supporting the long-term investments, as mentioned, I think in detail by Janusz, to help any cooperation between Romania and Romanian companies and Ukrainian companies. What I would put forward as a proposal from our side and kind request to everybody participating in the conference, I think in terms of Ukrainian reconstruction coming in the I hope as near as possible future, there will be a lot of regional projects involving a lot of countries. So I think there is a lot of opportunity for cooperation between European, maybe not necessarily just European export credit agencies and European companies. I am sure will look for investors I mean Ukraine and its neighbors, for investors from Japan, Korea, and so on and so forth. And I think it will be this reconstruction of Ukraine will be a good opportunity to do projects together with Romanian, Polish, German, and other companies, and of course our Ukrainian partners. And I would like to join Thomas in wishing you and your company success in this very difficult situation, and go forward with your business and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Maeda, can you please explain more about what Nexi can offer?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting. I am representing Nexi from Paris office, and it is very an honor for me to take part in this panel to have an exchange on the Ukraine reconstruction from the export credit perspective. When it comes to contribution to the export-oriented companies in Ukraine, we can take several approaches. For example, Ukrainian export-oriented companies would be able to enhance their export competitiveness by importing high-quality products from Japan and third countries, such as Poland or Germany, which enables Ukraine companies to produce high-quality products in the long run. And also, the Ukrainian export-oriented companies can also get benefit from accepting investment from abroad, especially from Japanese companies. Nexi can support Japanese companies' export and investment by covering political risks through our insurance, which will lead to strengthening of Ukraine manufacturing sectors. I'd like to share our experiences for Ukraine. Nexi, as a pure cover ECA and as a Japanese governmental organization, is willing to make every effort to contribute to rebuilding of Ukraine through providing export, loan, and investment insurance related to Japanese companies' activities for Ukraine, as other ECSD does. Nexi's underwriting policy towards Ukraine has been open since Russian aggression against Ukraine, and we have continuously underwritten Japanese export and investment to Ukraine. We are open to both private and public sectors, and also open to short-term as well as medium-long-term export credit insurance. Our premium rate is based on the minimum premium rates set by the OECD arrangement, and our total amount of underwriting for Ukraine in 2022 was 110 million euros. 85% of it is for export insurance, and 13% is for investment insurance. Even though we pay the claim and our investment insurance policy for automobile warehouses in Ukraine, the Japanese investor rebuilt those warehouses and decided to stay and continue their business in Ukraine. Nexi also has continuously underwritten Japanese investment to Ukraine until now, even with the claims payment, experiences, and challenging environment due to the Russian aggression. Last but not least, as Mr. Thomas said, political will is very important. The government of Japan has provided various assistance to Ukraine, including provision of goods humanitarian assistance, and also financial support. In accordance with the policy of the Japanese government, Nexi continuously supports Ukraine reconstruction with international community and cooperation, as Mr. Selvan told us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Jansson.
Hello. So my name is Martin Jansson, and I'm representing the European Investment Fund, which is part of the EIB group. And our role is quite special. So we are our role is to take SME risk, and we do that through providing portfolio guarantees to financial institutions for covering SME risk. Most of our activities are within the European Union. However, since 2017, we have started to be quite active in Ukraine as well. And together with the EIB colleagues, we have signed guarantee agreements with Raiffeisen, ProCredit, Oshad Bank, Ukrgaz Bank for taking this SME risk. Until the start of the Russian aggression, we covered about 290 million euro portfolio. Then during the war, we thought that this instrument that we provide, these guarantees, are quite useful for helping the Ukrainian banks continue supporting Ukrainian enterprises, and we reviewed the usage of our guarantee capital and added support for another 125 million euro portfolio back in February. This was utilized quite fast, and literally now these days we are signing with the 4 partner banks agreements to support another 100 million euro transactions with Ukrainian companies. We are focusing not only on the exporter, so it has to be an SME, so a company up to 250 employees and 50 million euro turnover. However, many of the beneficiaries are really Ukrainian exporters, and we are very happy to support them. In terms of the products that we can cover is literally everything that these companies may need. So it can be investment loans, it can be working capital, credit lines, overdrafts. For this initial facility, we also support documentary finance transactions, so bank guarantees, letters of credit. Now we are launching in the coming weeks the next phase of the guarantee product for Ukraine, which should cover another 300 million of euro portfolios. And for that, we are expanding actually the trade finance products that we would like to cover. So we will also be providing coverage for trade receivables, transactions, bills discounting, and things like that. So we really try to be as active as possible and help support Ukrainian enterprises during this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Cheretyana, we heard a lot of instruments that are available right now. What from your side, what from Ukrainian Export Credit Agency, what you can add to this instrument to make them work to?
Okay, thank you for the question. At first, when the project of 1915 appeared in March this year, I immediately started to consult with all the ACAs. We have a good relations, including those who are presented today. So at this moment, I would like to thank you for the huge support, for your knowledges, and for helping us to orient in this unstable world. So yeah, when 1915 appeared, the first draft of this law said that we as ACA are about to support investment to Ukraine, foreign investments to Ukraine. So at this moment, I had a little bit of panic, because it's something that ACAs not usually do. They don't usually support investment to the country. They usually support investment from the country. So I had to understand how to do it in a better way, for we could coordinate. So I started to communicate with my colleagues. The first, what surprised me is that quite often I felt a lack of information. So quite often there is a lack of information on the real situation inside the Ukraine, about the business environment, about the I don't know, even the draft of the law. Okay, they can find the real law which is already adopted, but about the projects it was a problem, and it's on the other hand, on the one hand. On the other hand, to support investment to Ukraine, investment is something about huge amount, a long tenor, and a specific underwriting. So this is something we as ACA Ukraine, we have problems. We talked a lot today, for example, about our capacity and how to do it, how to increase our capital, or other ways somehow to enlarge our capacity. So thanks to our colleagues, we see the one mechanism that I think would be really interesting for others. We can support the foreign investments to Ukraine by becoming a reinsurer. I know it sounds a little bit unusual because it's, well, Ukraine, it's ACA Ukraine, as I just said like a minute ago, we have not enough of capacity. But it's not mainly about the risk sharing. What I saw is a really need of information, a need of a government involvement, because we as a 100% state-owned company, we can offer a kind of government involvement, a monitoring on field, a monitoring on legislation. We can physically, as one colleague said, he said, Oksana, I know that you can sit down in the car and go and see yourself. That's right, I can. And if it somehow will help, of course, I'm generalizing right now, but if this is something that I can make other ACAs feel more comfortable with coming and supporting investments to Ukraine, yes, I would like to do that. And I really see that there is a need on that. So if we talk about the supporting of investments from abroad to Ukraine, I think that it's the best way to cooperate. I still haven't saw the final text of these amendments to our law, but I think that we will go really this way.
Thank you very much, and completely agree that the lack of information about Ukrainian business is really present. Ukraine is open for business, and we know this, but the whole world need to hear this, and it's our job to tell this.
And backwards, why this panel discussion, for example, is important for me, and I hope for the audience, is, Janusz, you cannot imagine how many times we mentioned KUKA today. I'm not sure if you watched the whole forum, but during the whole day, there were many times KUKA were mentioned here in different ways. So. The one people said that KUKA has no limits on Ukraine, the others said that there are limits on Ukraine, so it's really important that you are here and you made the final point in this discussion. KUKA works with Ukraine, and this is something that I know for definitely.
Yes, I can only confirm. Thank you very much. I guess we felt your warm words about us during the whole day, but I can easily confirm that in fact, we used to have a limit of 1 billion Polish zloty on Ukraine. That was last year when we started reinsuring the business again. But at the same time, because this progress was so big, I think we've insured somewhere around 800 million euros of turnover already for the trade receivables. And we've been pretty happy. We've got, in fact, a smaller loss ratio than on our internal risk in Poland, and not to mention Western Europe. So we are very happy about that. And this year, in fact, we, in total, for trade receivables plus for a large project, we haven't put any cap, but we said internally ourselves the limit of like around 5 billion Polish zloty, which is like 1.2 billion euros, which we thought it's completely enough for a couple of investment projects plus continuing trade receivables.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have only 5 minutes, so my last question will be maybe to only one or two participants. Earlier today, we heard from previous panelists that there is a lack of good projects in Ukraine. So what would you recommend for Ukrainian companies who only thinks to be to reorient from local to foreign markets? What your advice would be for Ukrainian business to be a successful exporter, to become successful exporter?
Shall I start?
Yes,
Vera,
please.
just try to quick, use the 5 minutes. First is probably know your partners. When you want to become a successful exporter, get the right partners. Don't reach too high. I have seen SMEs trying to conquer Africa, and actually they should have started in the Czech Republic. So this is maybe an advice for Ukrainian companies to reach out to jurisdictions, to cultures where they are more comfortable, and then expand further. And I would say, Oksana, think of using ECA cover when you touch unknown territory. That would be my 3 advices.
Thank you very much. 2 more minutes, maybe colleagues, someone would.
Може, я скажу з нашого досвіду. Ми кажемо польським.
Can I say from my experience, we tell the Polish exporters how to be successful. First, you have to have information about foreign markets. Secondly, you have to have networking, your contacts. You can use information. Our resources are very much open, and also for Ukrainian exporters and entrepreneurs, that you can get information about the markets we work with through our resources. You can learn and participate in our events, and of course, no language barrier through professional interpreting. Well, we almost exhausted our time.
Can I kindly ask you not to disconnect? Without break, we will have another session. Thank you, Tetiana. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you, all colleagues here in Zal.
Thank you very much.